What's going on, everybody? Trying something a little different here, doing a little indie game club during the daytime. Normally we come at you a little bit later, but we're going to try something a little different today. And of course, we still are having our discussion tonight at 7 p.m., so stay tuned for that. So first, we're going to start off with Micro Mages. This is really cool because this game was actually released as an NES ROM as well. And it can be played, as you guys saw, in 4 players. If I'm not mistaken, based on last week's, when we saw the trailer last week as well, that the game... Oh, it keeps going up. Okay, let's see if I can get these. If there's anything here first. That the game... I think it was only 40 kilobytes, which is crazy to think about. Because they had to fit this essentially on an NES cartridge. Okay, so one thing I'm already learning about this game, and I should say, as with most games on Indie Game Club, I have not played this one before. I'd like to go into these blind. That the screen at the bottom keeps shifting up, but at the same time, if you move fast, then it'll try to keep up with your pace. So probably shouldn't try to rush this. Let me know if you've played this before. We're going to be playing Micro Mages, an airport game, and then we are going to be playing Rivals, which I'm incredibly excited about. Rivals. We're actually going to be giving away a copy tonight on stream, a Steam copy. It just was released this week, so we're super excited about that. What does this feather do? Oh, okay. Here we go. The cool thing about Rivals is it was also first revealed on Potions and Pixels Indie Game Club. We interviewed the developer, and he first revealed that he would be making a sequel to his amazing game Family, which is... I guess I already have a fairy? What does the fairy do? He revealed that he was going to be releasing that, so we're super excited to have gotten that little exclusive bit there. And super excited that he gave us some copies to give away. So, oh, I tried to get over to the other side. So we're going to give this a go for a while, and then we are going to switch over to an airport game, which is an RPG about trying to catch your flight in an airport. Oh, once you go up, you cannot go down. Okay, lesson learned. I'm curious, I'm thinking that the 4-player co-op is the same game. There seemed like there was a few additional features, like you can switch places with each other, but you were essentially playing the same game. It almost looked like it went over to the other side. Do you guys see that? Like the sparkling from the fairy that I picked up on the other side? It's a little bit of like a Pac-Man effect, but it's not actually allowing me to go to the other side there. I am liking this feather I picked up. What do these fairies do? So you can release the fairy by pressing select. I'm playing this on an Xbox One gamepad, but I originally planned on connecting a USB NES controller, since this is NES designed. Oh, here, let me try to get this real quick before... No, I'm not gonna make it. Oh no! I missed the checkpoint. That's fine. I do need to check the download size for this. I wonder if, like, the NES... Ooh. Okay, well, that caused me to lose the item. I wonder if the install file... Because I'm playing the itch version. So I'm wondering if the install file is the same for the NES ROM. Because I would be... I'm pretty blown away. I mean, obviously, back in the day... you know, this is very much in line with an NES game, but a lot of times when you played them, you realize some of them couldn't necessarily keep up with this speed right here and a lot of the other features from the 4-player co-op, and so I'm curious how they fit that all together. Oh. Has a little bit of a Super Meat Boy-ish feel here, with the platforming and the jumping off the walls. Whoa. Yeah, I like this feather. The ability to float really helps in this game. I do miss being able to drop down platforms. The traditional down jump is not working here. Okay, boss fights. I'm assuming when the boss has that effect, I should hide underneath this stuff. Yeah. Okay, now. That was a pretty cool boss fight. I love this old school system for passwords here, so you don't have your little save files, you just have your passwords. Very much keeping to the authentic NES era. I don't know if kids know too much about that these days. I'm trying to think if there's other games that have, like, password saves. I guess, like, sometimes when you're trying to, like, move your data over from, like mobile games that don't have, your saves attached to something like an Apple Arcade or a Google Play Store thing, have something similar, but you usually don't see that much these days. Yeah, I really do want to try the co-op of this. I wish I understood these fairies. They're never explained yet. And I know that if I press... So if I press start, what happens? No, because I did the controls, and there's no explanation of that. So if I press this, the fairy goes away. Maybe that's just like a life, but I don't know why you'd want to potentially drop the fairy unless there was like another item. I think you can only hold one major item, so like I think I'm holding that feather on the back, but you can also hold a pearl, which I don't remember what the pearl did. And some of these you can't seem to go down them all. try this again. Yeah, I don't seem like it doesn't seem like I can go down this one. Maybe there's another one I need to go down. Now that one goes here. There we go. Okay, I'm about to have to Google what these fairies do because I feel like I'm hopefully not missing out on this stuff. Hey, Food Stamps, how's it going? Can you not hear me okay? You recognize it a different voice here? Yeah, this is indeed me, Michael, here playing. I was gonna have my kids help me with maybe some of the co-op stuff, but they're doing some school right now. Oh, the crystals. Okay. I should have thought about that. I hadn't seen them expire yet, but that makes sense. There's a health? Or a 1-up. Okay. I'm not actually seeing lives anywhere. I don't know if that's the fairy. The fairies are supposed to represent that. But it's not clear to me what the lies. Frank, I have no idea what the hell you're talking about, man. Am I a singer? What are you talking about? How am I supposed to respond to this stuff? There's not even a display, I guess, for score either. I don't know if that's because of the self-imposed kind of memory issues, but I'm thinking with the itch version. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look to see if the itch version is still. I can't imagine this is a 40 kilobyte game. I mean, just based on the fact of like installing on modern machines. I think that's just strictly the ROM. Yeah, because we get the score. Okay, we get the score. Traditionally at the end, that makes sense. Alright, are these guys bad? I'm assuming so. Yep. They really did do a good job of capturing the NES aesthetic and feel, for sure. Hats off to them for that, to developers Morph Cat. Oh, no! I took an unnecessary risk there. Which might come back to get me since I can't do the floating thing that I've been relying on so much. But we gotta give ourselves a little bit of challenge. Up till now it's been pretty easy. Oh, I say that and then we die. Look at that. Okay. Alright, let's do this. It's gonna make you start at the... Okay, not that fully at the beginning. I think we'll skip this, that first chest over there. Can I not get over there? Yeah, I wonder if I'm supposed to be able to do Pac-Man style run from one side to the other, because that would make sense, but it doesn't. Every time we've tested that, it wouldn't allow us to do it. Alright, now we got this pearl, which we've had before, but I don't remember what it does. Higher jump, double? No, nothing like that. Alright, not bad. Hey, Derivative, how are you? Enjoyed watching your stream yesterday. I assume you're talking about the fairies, right? Because I think that's... Or are you talking about the pearl? Or maybe I'm mistakenly calling it a pearl. I know the feather allows me to float in place, and I don't know what I just picked up there. Oh, this is not looking good. Let me jump over here. I guess the thing about the fairies that confuses me is you can drop them, so I'm just curious why you would want to do that. I get wanting to drop potentially the feather to pick up another item, because it seems like you have an item cap, but I don't get the idea behind the feathers here. So as you guys can see, I have this feather. If I press select, I drop the feather, or a fairy, excuse me, and then I can pick up another one. But you can never have more than one at a time. I don't know if holding it does something? No. And, oh, okay, that stuff hurts you. And we should say again that this is just 2-button controls, A-B style, for the orb. You were saying the orb probably just shields you from one additional hit? Yeah, so I'm assuming, yeah, it acts against, essentially as another fairy. Because I'm pretty certain at this point that the fairy... Oh, no! That's it for us, folks. Let's see. No. Alright, we're going to try that again. Oh, and I should remember the fact that this does actually have lives in it. So my modern-day gaming impatience. I gotta make sure to not lose sight of that. Hey, Derivative, I'm curious if one of the other games we're going to be playing is called Rivals. It's from a developer, Tim Scheinman, who created Family, which I'm not sure if you saw on itch. Got quite popular, and we really absolutely love the game. Got a chance to to interview, excuse me, I'm struggling with speaking today, interview the developer, and he actually revealed that he was developing the sequel, which actually just came out this week. So we're going to be playing that tonight, or playing that right after we play an airport game, and then we're going to be discussing it tonight on Indie Game Club. Cool, yeah, what did you think about it? And have you checked out the sequel? Yeah, we are big fans of both the developer and the game, and cannot wait to play Rivals. We originally had it scheduled for Monday to play. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stream them, but looking forward to streaming that today. There's the feather. Alright, if everybody remembers how I was saying at first this was a little too easy, then then it's fully embracing the old school gameplay challenges here. Oh, no, I thought it was going to go over. Yeah, the feather is really invaluable. He said, haven't checked out the sequel. The music was really good. The deduction was quite clever. Yeah, and so this one takes it up a notch. Quite a bit of notches, I guess. I mean, it's supposed to be 2 to 3 hours long. It also has the same kind of musical style that... whoa, that's weird. Okay, I guess I can fall on some of these. But it goes a little bit deeper with all of the deduction elements, so you have more material to comb through, more things to listen through, that sort of thing. So super excited to get a chance to check that out. Have you been playing? A lot of the games that we feature on Indie Game Club are from the itch Racial Justice and Equality bundle. Curious if you, I'm assuming with you being playing so much itch stuff that you probably got that or are familiar with it. Yeah, see, this is where the feather really would come in handy. Oops. Oh, come on, really? Okay. Oh, there's a chest. See, this is a perfect example, folks, why I shouldn't have rushed that. Because if you notice, the screen has the slow drift up, but when I move above it, then it drifts up faster. Okay, there's that orb. Yeah, we can, I guess, test it out a bit here. Oh, come on. I think this might be my last life. 3645. All right. You know what? I should have remembered the passwords earlier. That was a mistake on my part because I think that would have been my opportunity to save. Yep. Save the games from earlier. Oh, I guess we can continue. All right, that's cool. That's at least like one little modern touch here. Yeah, the bundle's been fantastic. We've been playing through so much of that. We found a lot of great games. I'm part of a small crew developing a game on there called Laser Girl, if you ever want to check it out. It's kind of a, we describe it as the fury of Bomberman meets the strategy of an RTS. Still in development, but it's a lot of fun. So definitely check it out if you get a chance. Ah. Yeah, I'm definitely never going to take for granted the fairies and the feather. It's better probably just to go straight for the kill with these guys rather than trying to avoid them. There we go. Yeah, I still feel like there's something here I'm not noticing, because you can see that you can kind of go off the side of the screen to the other side. Curious about that. Yeah, I will. I'm glad to have discovered your stream. Really enjoy watching it, and that's exactly what I'm all about, too, in terms of... I love your tagline, too. I think what no good game should go uncovered, or... I know I'm butchering it a little bit there, but I love that. You definitely play the types of games that I'm more into, for sure. So your item is your first kind of like hit. You lose your item, and then you lose the fairy. Alright, so here we go. Back to where we were beforehand. I guess I'm gonna skip that chest. Ooh. I think I'm dipping right out of here. No game deserves to be forgotten. Love it. Yeah, I love that motto. That's really great. And I think that's so important. I mean, during this era, I mean, that's kind of why I decided to, yeah, I don't know if you got a chance to look at our website or anything, Judge did, but we are, we're actually a nonprofit organization that does a lot of different work around gaming. Yeah, everything from game development, game events, education through gaming. It's a little hard for me to describe while I'm playing here all this stuff, but you can kind of check out some of the big stuff there. But I found that my passion has always been indie gaming, and even though we have a lot of our events are known for the indie games, of course. We end up talking a lot about like the big AAA stuff, but personally I spent most of my time playing and wanting to discuss all these other games, so it's always good to see that there's a community of people like you that are focused on the amazing amount of games that are coming out right now, and that because of how accessible all of these development tools are, it's fantastic that we have so many different games, but it's also, to your name and to your motto, it's probably easier than ever for a lot of these games to be forgotten because of the sheer amount of content being produced. Oh, is this a little secret area or no? Okay, maybe not. Maybe it won't let me jump up there. I was hoping... Oh, wait a second, maybe. No. Nope, no secret. I might as well try to hit some of these, see if I can get some additional items. Okay, there we go. No, no, no. All right, let's give that a go. I think I can definitely do that. I think I got a little impatient there. All right, we definitely needed that. And can use another item if we can find it. Let me read your comment here, Derivative. You're saying, and with tools like Bitsy, RPG Maker, and Twine removing the programming barrier to entry, we've been seeing a lot more autobiographical games. Absolutely. Yeah, great point. Yeah, not only have we seen like more accessible and kind of like democratized tool sets, and but also just the ability to be able to put games out on storefronts and sources like itch is just open things up tremendously, which is absolutely fantastic. I think the issue right now is just being able to kind of, I guess, go through that content, curate that content. Do you have any thoughts about that? I mean, you know, your stream and hopefully ours as well kind of serves that area, but I still think that there needs to be something more done to be able to kind of market and propel a lot of these games forward, especially because this issue is going to become, to your point about autobiographical games as well, this issue of users creating games is going to or not, I shouldn't say issue, but this whole idea of users creating games is only going to grow from here. And with that being said, at some point we're going to, if we haven't already reached that point, it's just going to continue to grow in the amount of media that people are creating. And so what do you do with the whole idea when no game deserves to be forgotten, but there's so many games that it's almost impossible to kind of keep up with everything? I love this color palette here. Whoa, why did I not notice that? Oh, okay. Oh, I thought I could get it. I have no idea what just happened there. Alright, something tells me I might be restarting this world here. Ooh. All right, let me stop and read this real quick. You said, and sometimes all you can really do is show them that they do have a voice and an audience, and my big goal is uniting these niche audiences. Absolutely. You know what? I mean, if you're ever down for it, I'd love to have you be a guest on Indie Game Club. I'd love to hear your thoughts about... I'm curious how long you've been streaming and covering all this stuff. I'd love to... I mean, your goals are exactly in line with ours as well. I mean, we're actually... I'll continue here. One of our projects that we're going to be working on, we did a workforce development project last year around arcade machines and training people in electrical skills while working on arcade cabinets. And we had planned to do this earlier this year, but with COVID, that's kind of shifted things back, but doing an indie arcade. So that's kind of one of our next big projects where we're going to be building custom arcade cabinets for indie games in order to highlight them, to do exactly as you said, to provide to a place to elevate their voices and show the immense talent out there, and also bring back that sense of wonder to arcades. I think that's kind of something I've personally missed a lot. Is as much as I love the kind of the resurgence of retro arcades, the big thing they're missing is kind of, you know, new content and new games, with the exception of stuff like, you know, super popular kind of indie arcade titles like Killer Queen, for example. But most of them kind of are still kind of, to me, focused on a lot of the retro experiences, which are great. But personally, I would like to see more indie games there that show that there are so many more titles than you can imagine available. And I think if done in a cool cabinet, could attract a really cool audience there as well. Oh, okay, I guess you can hit the blade there. Seven, 6, 4, 1. See if I can get these before the screen shifts too much. All right, checkpoint. All right, what'd you say? Oh, nice. Have you looked into Winatron? Hold on, why does that name ring a bell? Let me look that up. Oh, yes. I have indeed seen this. No, thank you for reminding me about that. Sorry, 1 second. I'm actually chatting with the developer of Rivals right now, letting him know that I'll be playing soon. And I've seen there has been several kind of indie arcades that have popped up fairly recently. I know Wonderville in New York and there's been a couple I've seen internationally as well, so I think the idea is gaining some... Oh, why did I do that? Yeah, thanks again for reminding me of when it's... Yeah, I had this on my list of stuff, and... Oh, and I see that even, like, one of the main games on the screen there, Zero Space. Wow, I absolutely love that game. The same developer who did Samurai Gun. Oh man, I clearly can't talk and play at the same time here. I'm doing so bad. And Hyper Light Drifter. Can I quickly make this jump? Let's see. Ooh. Oh man, this is not... Reminds me of the ghost in Spelunky. Alright, let's just get out of here. Derivative curious if you've tried this or the next game we're going to be playing. It's called an airport game. It's an RPG about trying to catch your flight at an airport. Or if anybody else watching is familiar with that. Also was part of the itch... oh man, the itch racial justice and equality bundle. Playing games like this reminds me of how much better we had to be almost in our youth at a lot of this stuff. Right now I can kind of like just casually play it, but it's... Oh, you can jump off the side of the screen. Okay, or maybe not. Don't know. Is this a glitch? Alright, we're probably going to come back to this one, but that was Micro Mages. We'll be playing that more again later, but for the sake of time, since we have all of our stuff going on today for Indie Game Club discussion, let's jump into our next game, which is called an airport game. Let me adjust the description here. All right. And let's launch this. This is an airport game from Koenig Games. Give me 1 second just to get the game capture up. All right, here we go. The current time is 5 p.m. Your flight is at 6 p.m. Do not miss your flight. Okay, let's get these keyboard controls going. WASD controls. I'm wondering, I'm assuming this is going to be real time actually. Press E to interact with people and objects with a floating E above them. Press E to continue to the next text segment. No, nice, you're a natural at this, but did you know you can press E while someone is speaking to skip through their dialogue? Nice, it's really useful when you have someone rambling on for a long time and you would much prefer to just read than watch the letters go by. Also, sometimes you'll be presented with questions and you can use A and D to change your answer and selection, and then E to choose that selection. Got it? Oh no, we are not losing any more time. Got it. Great. Look out for these signs to guide you along the way. Now let me get out of your way. Okay, so probably the actual things that I interact with, that's what kind of loses me time. They're just saying I haven't played this one or Airport Game, but Airport Game looks amazing. Oh, not the game I thought it was. Whoops. I got mixed up with an airport for aliens currently run by dogs. Oh, yeah, I've heard of that one as well. I'm curious. You need to check a bag before you head to TSA. Should I stop and do this first? Sure. Welcome to Automated Bag Check. This is a much faster and easier way to error must begin Windows update at the worst possible time. Our time still hasn't gone, so yes, time seems to stand still until you do actions. Izzy saying, hello, welcome to the bag check. My name is Izzy. Well, I guess I didn't need to tell you my name. So sorry, that was so unprofessional. Oh my gosh, your bag. You're here to check a bag, right? Of course you are. Gosh, I'm so stupid. What can I help you with? Alright, one choice. We're losing 5 minutes here. Alright, then let me just do that for you, and there seems to be a problem here. Well, your bag is 43.4 pounds, and yes, the regulation is one free checked bag under 50 pounds. But you are flying economy, basic, plus platinum, ruby, gold status. So that moves you down to half a carry-on, plus one free checked bag under 43.6 pounds. It really is like that, isn't it? Oh, but it shows here you're a double, triple, Super Saiyan loyalty rewards flyer, so you get up to 2 bags free under 30 pounds. So I'll just check this bag as 2 separate bags of 25 pounds, and you're all good. I'm so glad how simple we make this system. Anything else I can help you with? I'm just looking for the security line. Oh, do I have to answer one of these? It said you can skip, but I think that's the same button for action, because the only thing here is E. I'm not about to... All right, this run we're gonna play it, or we're gonna just fly through this as quickly as possible. No, I'm just looking for the security line. It's over. So you're on the west side of the airport. It's over on the east side. So head that way. I'm gonna avoid people at all costs here. Let's give it a try. This is always how you can game the system at an airport, right? Find like the shorter line. But I feel like this game might be trying to troll me too. But since we haven't lost any time, it seems worthwhile to at least... Is this going to be just like an infinite hallway? Yeah, I feel like this is an infinite hallway. Alright, since we're not running out of time, I'm actually going to go left and see if that takes me back to the beginning. Yeah, it does. So it really is just an infinite hallway once you go down here. Alright, let me just skip this first one just to see if it has any effect. Probably not. Is it worth me trying to see if I can get fast pass? I probably won't be able to, but they might give me a... Let's see how long this line is. Oh, no. No way. Let's see if we can figure this out here. This is Sam saying, hey, this is the fast pass line, but looking at your boarding pass, I don't think you can come in this line. Will you please go over there? Whoa, okay, so we got 3 options. Okay, please let me through, please, which will cost us 5 minutes, and then display gun, which will... was it... Okay, so we got some options here. That is wild. I feel like if we display the gun, we can get through this part of the game, but I don't think we're going to be able to get on the airplane. Let's take the risk. Please let me through, please. Fine, just leave me alone. Nothing exciting ever happens in this line. People like you just beg, and then I let you through. Hey, it worked! Go right ahead. Welcome to the security checkpoint. Sorry for the line. Not much we can do about it. Can I see your boarding pass and ID? What is this gun? What is going on here? Alright. That might be a problem. Boarding pass and ID. Let's start with that. Wow, another boarding pass and ID. Just like all the other ones. Alright, go ahead. How am I going to get my gun through this? This is crazy. Sir, please stop. You're being randomly selected for a search. This has nothing to do with my own insecurities and me being on a power trip since I got this job. We believe you might have the stuff and now you will be searched. What is this? A second gun? What the hell is going on here? Let's just say nothing. That's our best option here. Well, after a thorough check, seems that you are good to go, sir, and may go ahead. Thank you for your cooperation. My man here is carrying 2 guns. This is really bad. You view the human body in its most primal form. Beautiful, simple, elegant, naked. You feel the urge to get naked as well, but you fight the urge. See, I'm tempted, just to explore. You guys know me, I love to go deeper and talk to everyone, but for the sake of the mechanics in this game, where we only have 43 minutes left, and talking to one of these people could take that time, I'm gonna keep going. Derivative saying, good thing they didn't ask about the 3rd gun. Exactly. Well, I have a feeling that might be out here somewhere. There's a sticky note attached to the sign. It reads as follows. Hey Tobis, it's Tobis. This is a reminder to yourself to add the directions to each terminal on this sign. If you forget to do this, the airport passengers will just have to guess which hallway to take, which might not take them to the right terminal. That would be super, super not good, so please don't forget. Good luck, Tobis. Love, Tobis. This area is a dead end. Well, I guess you can see that. This is extremely awkward. I keep feeling like I'm playing Pokemon, and right around when I get right in front of these people, they're going to challenge me to a battle. Gate this way. I see, something tells me I can't trust this. For some reason, I'm just waiting for one of these signs to tell me it's in a different direction. You look at the plant and think about how it grew from a seed. Photosynthesis, man. Oh, do you need to get through? Let me get out of your way. Oh, they're gonna get stuck. I know it. They're gonna get stuck at the last possible moment. Or maybe I'm wrong. Hey, what do you know? You wonder if this is even art. It looks like some young 20-year-old just threw a bunch of colors into Photoshop and then hit the jumble tool to mix them all up. Pathetic. This is the single greatest piece of art you've ever seen. You think every single young American should have this in his or her college dorm room to inspire themselves every day. I'm already loving this game. You need to go consider getting some food before you go to your gate. Okay. Oh, let's see. I'm assuming it was probably back there, but let's see real quick. Is this an outlet? The most coveted part of the airport. Free for you to take and charge your phone, but no, yours is at 78%. You should leave it for someone else. Alright, maybe there's some food down here. Was there food here? Was that... I do not remember seeing food. Am I supposed to just get like food out of this vending machine maybe? You suddenly feel very hot and you feel that a soda might be just the thing you quench your thirst. You realize this is an illusion and move on. You suddenly feel very cold. You're not sure how this helps sell drinks. Oh, there's food. I thought this was... Okay. Papa Pizza. Welcome to Pizza. Yes, the name of the restaurant is just Pizza. The sign is not displaying what we serve. It is just the name of the restaurant. What can I get for you? 20 minutes for pasta? Oh no! I didn't mean to click pasta! No! My finger slipped. One pasta coming right up. That'll be about 30 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Most people don't have time to wait on this food. No. Okay. Sir, please don't go too far, otherwise you won't get your fresh hot pasta. It'll be ready very soon. Oh man. It's done. Come over here to get it. It's probably going to take me time to eat it now. Thank you for waiting. It really means a lot. You're actually the first person today to let me cook for them. For that, I am extremely grateful. You eat the pasta and it is very good, but making someone feel needed was an even better feeling. +1 niceness. Okay. Thank you again, sir. Now that you have had your pizza, go make that flight. I am rooting for you. Thanks, Papa Pizza. I know it's not over here, but I just want to check and see if there was anything else I missed. Alright, 23 minutes. The walkway has stopped. It appears to be broken. Yeah, that's how it is, right? This person seems like they went through some like horrible flight situations. No duty-free shopping for me. No, get away from the desk, sir. I said leave. What do you want? I want to board the plane. Oh no, I gotta do one of these. Let's do what is going on here. I'm not letting anyone on this plane. No one will be getting on it, and I will take off shortly. Empty. So what do you have to say to that? Yeah, my niceness meter has gone up. Let's keep it going. So I'm gonna say, hey, what's making you so upset? Maybe I can help. Everyone demands first class, and I told them it's full and that we're boarding soon and I can't do anything about it. My partner called in sick today and I have to board this whole plane myself and no one is here to help me, so no one is getting on. Oh no, 15 minutes later left. I can help. You? Really? No, that's ridiculous. You're just some random person. No one is going on this flight, and you can blame my partner for not showing up. No! You proceed to go off. No, I didn't mean to do that. You scream many expletives in his face. People walk awkwardly, notice, but don't do anything around you. Yeah, that was not... So the key to move forward with the text is also the key to select the text. Which... Yeah. Did I actually make it? You made your flight. You also lost your shit at a random airport employee. So did you really win? Maybe try being nicer next time. Man, and I was so nice to Papa Pizza. All right, we're going to do that again. Now let's make some bad choices. Some more bad choices than yelling at that lady, which definitely did not mean to do. Oh, here you go. It says I shouldn't have skipped it. I thought it was the same thing. It said how talking about being nice. By the way, you can run faster by holding down. Okay, so we saw her before. We saw this. Let's go full nice. What do you guys think? Pure nice mode here, or the gun mode, or maybe they're both hand in hand. Hey, are you okay? You seem flustered. Oh, no one has ever asked me that. I mean, yeah, I'm okay. Just okay? Well, not really, I guess. I just started this job. It's not even that hard of a job, but everyone is so mean to me. People coming through the airport are always in such a rush, and they have really little patience for me. And it really triggers my anxiety, and then it's even harder for me to do my job. And, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm telling you all this. What's it like dealing with anxiety? We're going to totally miss this flight. Well, it's that feeling when you can't let go of something really minor, like someone who's late to their flight being rude to me. Sometimes it gets so bad it makes me sweat or feel nauseous. Sometimes it makes me feel sad or depressed. As much as I try to get it to go away, I just can't, and it really makes my job and just my life in general really hard sometimes. Well, I think you're doing a great job. Really? Thank you. That really means a lot. I need to be ready for the next person, but I really appreciate this conversation. Just talking about it helps a lot. I hope I didn't make you late for your flight. Thank you for flying Air Bear. So, judging by how long that took, I don't think we can do the pasta and talk to the other flight attendant. Derivative saying, this is definitely a horror game. Who in their right mind shows up at the airport just an hour before their flight? With multiple guns as well. Alright, we're going to try this again. Please let me through, please. Should we try to display the gun here? Let's do this one more time. Let's just go ahead and miss the flight. Let's be super nice and miss the flight. Attention airport doggers. Due to a very cute doggo who got loose on the tarmac, your flights will all be delayed an adorable 60 minutes. Actually, that works out nicely. Thank you for your patience while we track down this absolute floof. Okay. We can continue being nice to everyone. Welcome to the security checkpoint. Sorry for the line. Not much we can do about it. Can I see your boarding pass and ID? What will you give? We're going to play it one more playthrough after this where it'll just be like gun mode for sure. Alright, so he's saying the same things. Say nothing. Okay. Let's go to Papa Pizza. I think, was this the dead end? look at the sign on the wall and think this would be a great place for an Easter egg. I'm definitely taking a slightly different route here. So now we got an hour and 15 minutes. Pasta. Didn't it say 20 minutes on the thing? And yet it's 30 minutes? Or I might be wrong about that. I might just be reading the times wrong. Thank you for waiting. It really means a lot. You're actually the first person today to let me cook for them. For that, I'm extremely grateful. Sweet. That niceness meter. Now let's go be super nice to this lady and see what happens. Maybe next playthrough I'll try to stop and get something at the store there. Let me see what else is going on here first. Code for life. Always be coding. ABC. So I guess these people don't take up your time. Maybe I should have been talking to some of the random strangers. I thought, based on that initial tutorial, that this might be taking time. Can't miss my flight. I'm headed to the woods to read books for 2 months. Should we get to our gate 3 hours early? I think we should. Did you bring facial wipes in case our faces get oily during the flight? The plant is your favorite. You tell it this, but you ask it not to tell the other plants. No, get away from the desk, sir. I said leave. What do you want? Alright, we're gonna find out what's going on here again. Let's help her. So say, hey, what's making you so upset? Maybe I can help. Everyone demands first class, and I tell them it's full and that we're boarding soon, and I can't do anything about it. My partner called in sick today, and I have to board this whole plane myself, and no one is here to help me, so no one is getting on. I can help. You? Really? No, that's ridiculous. You're just some random person. No one is going on this flight, and you can blame my partner for not showing up. Oh, I almost pressed it again. Man, I swear, that button should not be the same button. Please let me help. It's okay to ask for help sometimes. Your kindness level is not high enough to choose that option. No way. No way! We've been nice this whole time, and it's not... Our kindness level won't allow us? So I guess I had to go off on her. Oh, man. You proceed to go off on the gate agent. You scream many expletives in his face. People awkwardly notice, but you don't do anything around you. Ah. So is there another place to be nice? At this point, we should get on the plane. Yeah. A whole 38 minutes ahead of schedule. You made your flight. You also lost your shit at a random airport employee. So did you really win? Maybe try being nicer next time. Man, okay. So there must have been something else, somebody else I could have talked to, or something else I could have done to build my nice meter up. I just wish that you didn't have to commit to one of those. Being nice is always an option. In fact, you can be nice to every person who is using up your time. I know it might seem like there's no way you can be nice to everyone and make your flight. However, I can assure you that if you always choose to be nice, everything will work itself out. By the way, you can run faster by holding down left shift. Yeah, that's the funny part. Like, so we have been nice to everybody, except when it wouldn't allow us to. So I wish there was almost a way. Well, yeah, not wish. I'm glad they made these decisions. It forces you to replay it, obviously, and whatnot. But it is one of those things where you are oftentimes locked into two decisions that neither of those you want to make. All right, so we did all this. Let's skip all this. We're just gonna skip. And now we're gonna take it a little differently. Maybe we weren't nice to the security person. Maybe that's the idea. All right, folks, now let's get crazy. Hey, this is the fast pass line, but looking at your boarding pass, I don't think you can come in this line. All right, folks. Time to display our gun. That is the coolest gun I've ever seen. Please go show that to Steve up at the ID check. That gun is so freaking sweet. No way! Are you serious? That's how we build up our nice meter? Attention airport passengers, due to a very cute doggo who got loose in the tarmac, your flights will all be delayed an adorable 60 minutes. Are we supposed to show our gun? Whoa, this is such a cool gun. This is like the coolest gun I've ever seen. I don't know why people don't show me their guns more when they go through security check. This is such a cool gun. Oh, but I guess you can't bring it on the plane. Oh, you're right. I guess I'll go home then. Oh, well, then you can just throw it away. You can have it. I'll just give it to him. Really? Wowee. This is awesome. I really appreciate this. Here, let me get you through security check. Hey, Jillian, let this guy through. He gave me a gun. Another nice... Oh, my God. Okay. So before we got nice, we got two nice... Oh, okay, maybe we can do this just off of the pasta guy. If not, we'll have to go back to the lady to check in our bag. All right, second gun. This is a very cool gun, but does not mean anything to me in this context. What is this? Am I still losing time? Okay. That was not worth it. Shampoo? I knew if I finally got one, you were clearly a terrorist and will be going to jail forever. What do you have to say for yourself? Investigate. You notice when the TSA agent scratches his head that flakes fall out. What do you really have to say for yourself? It's anti-dandruff. You can have it. It's anti-dandruff. I've been looking for some of this for a while now. Hey, listen, I don't usually cut deals with criminals, but this one time I'm gonna let you go on one condition. I'm taking your shampoo and it's definitely not for me, and this is to protect this country. You're free to go. Okay, so here's the question. Do we do the pasta or not? Because I think at that point we're gonna miss our flight. All right, let me go up here. This was the shortcut. So we got, you could get a niceness with the bag attendant, 2 for showing your gun, and then the shampoo. So that's 4, and then the pizza is 5. And so currently we have 3. So let's go ahead and get, I don't know if we should get the pizza or not. I think we're gonna miss out on our flight. So let's just go straight to... Well, the game did say, like, explicitly at the beginning that you can get through... Hey, Lady Bloodsport. Yeah, you could... This is a type of game you can dive right into. So, yeah, we're going through a couple times. We are... I think it's our 3rd run. We're trying to catch our flight on time, but now we're trying to be as nice to people as possible. And so you'll notice, we're kind of skipping through some of this stuff because we've made a lot of these decisions before. So yeah, it does say, Pasta says 20 minutes, but then he takes 30. But you know what? Let's give it a try. So in this case, we're asking this guy to make pasta. It makes him feel good that we ordered pasta from him, and it'll boost our niceness meter. It's a pretty cool satire on traveling in airports. I really like it so far. Thank you for waiting. It really means a lot. You're actually the first person today to let me cook for them, and for that I'm extremely grateful. You eat the pasta and it's very good, but making someone feel needed was an even better feeling. Alright, so we boosted our niceness to 4. And so I know we missed out on the check-in baggage person. We could have been nicer to them. Let's see what this painting is. You look deeply into the dot, encapsulated in the void of darkness. You begin to think about existence and does anything really matter? You kind of freak yourself on accident. You get really angsty for a brief moment, and the feeling passes. Die, cry, hate. All right. Forget all this duty-free. I need people to come drink my homemade kombucha. All right, so we are at the end here. Let's see if we can talk our way into this. What do you want? What's going on here? I'm not letting anyone on this plane. No one will be getting on it, and it will take off shortly, empty. So what do you have to say to that? Hey, what's making you so upset? Maybe I can help. Game over. You didn't make your flight. Hold up. We were trying to be as nice as possible. No! Okay, maybe we skip the pasta? Alright, one last try, folks. One last try. Press E to interact with people. We saw this. Nice, you're a natural at this, but did you know that you can press E? Yes, we saw this. I wonder if repeating that info will actually... Okay, we'll say got it. Since this game is subversive, I kind of want to purposefully do things that mess me up. Alright, we're going to be really nice to her, because I think the pastas would take the longest time. Okay, so we're going to fly through this because we've been doing this before. Hey, are you okay? You seem flustered. No one has ever asked me that. I mean, yeah, I'm okay. Just okay? Well, not really, I guess. I just started this job. It's not even that hard of a job, but everyone is so mean to me. People coming through the airport are always in such a rush, and they have really little patience for me. Sorry, guys. Hold on 1 second here. Sorry about that. People coming through the airport are always in such a rush. They have really little patience for me. And it really triggers my anxiety, and then it's even harder for me to do my job. Derivative saying, I think you went over because you showed the second gun twice. Yeah, you know what? Okay. I think you're right about that. So should I try it? Let's try the full dice approach and show the gun only once. Okay. Well, I think you're doing a great job. Sorry, folks, who are just jumping in here. We are kind of flying through some of this dialogue that we've read already multiple times. This is one of those games where you play multiple times to get through and get different endings. So we've caught our flight 2 out of the 3 times. But now we are going to go through with our fully nice approach. So, Derivative, I think we should still continue doing this. I'm assuming this is still the best idea. To display your gun. That was the coolest gun I've ever seen. Okay, so we showed our gun once. In the airplane, our flight gets delayed. And now, welcome to... Sorry for the line, not much we can do about it. Hold on, is this the... This is the part, right? Where we... Okay, let me read what you said. I think went over because you showed the second gun twice. Oh, I'm saying the random search gun wasn't the answer, but it was the shampoo. So yeah, this part I think I should still show the gun, right? Because then that's what I give him. So I show the gun. It's such a cool gun. It's like the coolest gun I've ever seen. I don't know why people don't show me their guns more when they go through security. This is such a cool gun. Oh, but I guess you can't bring it on the plane. And so you can have it, right? Unless you can just throw it away. You're right. I guess I'll go home then. No, yeah, you can have it. Here, let me get you through security. Alright, so that's 3 niceness. And now here is where we messed up before, I guess. Okay, the shampoo, let me make sure. So before I make this, since you are clearly in a better place than I am right now with keeping up with all the stuff that's going on, I should go with the shampoo right now, right? Because I know we showed him the second gun. Was the problem that I did it twice, or that I showed him the second gun just period? So I'm wondering if I should show the shampoo first. Because if I do nothing, I'll fly through and save time, but... Okay, sorry, I see you say yes. I don't know what you're saying yes to. Shampoo or second gun? Which one do you think? The second gun, he just didn't care about. Okay, so we're gonna do shampoo. I knew it. I finally got one. You were clearly a terrorist. Yes, thank you for that. Good call. So investigate. So this is where we notice he has dandruff, and we provide the anti-dandruff shampoo. Okay, perfect. All right. Here's the thing, though. Now that we're... A double rainbow has occurred just over the runway, causing all pilots to stare in awe. The rainbow is causing the pilots to ponder what does it mean, as they are shocked that it is all the way across the sky. Some are even crying. All flights will be delayed 60 minutes. Thank you for your patience while we enjoy this full-on double rainbow. Okay, let me make sure there's nothing else I missed here. Alright. So we are good to go. I think that's an indicator that we're on the right path. That the flights keep getting delayed. So now we get the pasta, and then we talk to the gate agent. I think we're good to go after that. Wait, have you seen Charlie? Where did he go? He's probably lost somewhere with Mac. Just, let's go on without them. Alright, let's get this pasta. This is the moral of the story, folks. If you're just, like, super nice at the airport, you will never miss a flight. Pasta. It's done. Come over here to get it. Thank you for waiting. It really means a lot. You're actually the first person today to let me cook for them. For that, I'm extremely grateful. You eat the pasta and it is very good. But making someone feel needed was an even better feeling. Okay. So we have +5 niceness going into the final part of the game, or what seems like the final part of the game, based on the other playthroughs we had. It should be. And we have an hour, so we should be totally good on time here. Alright, let me make sure to carefully do this as not to mess up. Alright, what is going on here? What's making you so upset? Maybe I can help. Alright, please let me help. It's okay to ask for help sometimes. Alright, hopefully our niceness is up so we can finally do this. I don't know who you are, but I'm sort of out of options here. Alright, fine, we'll do it. Please don't mess this up. And thank you, by the way. You're being very kind. What just happened? Thanks again for helping me out. It's hard to count on people sometimes, but you really showed up when we needed you most. Thanks for showing me your gun instead of groveling like everyone else who tries to get into the fast pass lane. So many people come to me begging to bend the rules for them, but you really impressed me and that made me want to help you. Thanks for this super cool gun. My job gets really boring a lot of the time, and you really spiced up my day. Proceed, citizen. I owe you many thanks for this shampoo, of which we do not know if I need it or not, but I will use it regardless, and it may help my dandruff prob. Thank you again. Alright, Papa Pizza. Nobody ever takes the time to come have a slice of my homemade pizza. Thank you for making me feel useful today. Oh, but we had pasta, right? Nobody ever takes the time to come have a slice of... Wasn't that the whole idea, that we didn't do pizza? We did pasta? Okay. Anyway, Izzy saying, oh, hello, I wanted to say thank you again for being there just to talk when I need it. By the way, I never caught your name. Adam? That's a great name. Can I ask why you're flying to Seattle? You're moving there? That's so exciting. I know moving to a new place can be scary, but I'm sure you show the level of kindness I'm sure if you show the level of kindness you've shown us today, you'll find great success out there. Thank you again for helping all of us, and thank you for flying Air Bear. Oh, that's cool. Let me see if there's anything else out here. Okay, no. You should really get on that plane now. You made your flight. You also managed to make a lot of people happy. You should be very proud. Thank you for playing. Adam Koenig. I'm not sure exactly how it's pronounced. Awesome. Yeah. Derivative saying the moral of the game is a little muddled. Yes. I mean, I think the moral is to be nice to everyone, but I think their way of the security guard's vision of nice is to show them your gun, which we should say Potions and Pixels does not support showing your gun off at an airport in any way. That was really cool. I did enjoy that game. A game by Adam Koenig, playtesters here. Shout out to the developer and the playtesters. Really enjoyed that experience. An airport game definitely captures a lot of the experience of traveling and being in an airport for sure. Really enjoyed that. So far we have played Micro Mages and an airport game. Finally, we are going to play Rivals, which we have been looking forward to for quite some time. It just was released on Monday. Big shout out to Tim Scheinman. who created the game and also who actually revealed this game when we interviewed him. So we appreciate that scoop. In fact, before I do this, I'm gonna tell him I'm gonna be streaming right now. So if you all just give me one moment here. So yeah, sorry folks, if you just bear with us 1 minute while you listen to this awesome music, we will get this up. All right, one more second here to get this up and running. Again, we will be doing giving out a copy of this game out tonight, so make sure to tune in to Indie Game Club tonight. Really looking forward to that. Okay, one more second here. Appreciate the patience, everybody. George just saying, here's where I leave the stream. Want to go in blind. I totally feel you. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks so much for stopping by and playing. That was a lot of fun. Definitely looking forward to checking out more of your streams in the future. And definitely serious about what I said earlier as far as having you on Indie Game Club. We should definitely talk about that. Okay. Let me... All right, everybody. We are so excited to be playing Rivals by Tim Scheinman. If you have watched Potions and Pixels Indie Game Club before, you know that we are massive fans of his work. We actually talked about his game Family on Indie Game Club and also did an interview with him, which we were really excited about, where he actually broke the news that he was working on this game. And sorry, hold on one second. My daughter's here. Give me 1 second. Six-year-old daughter came in the room and asked what game I'm playing, and I said I'm playing Rivals, and she said, "Is it like Family?" So you can tell you have another Family fan in the house here. All right, awesome. So let's get started with this. Again, Rivals from Tim Scheinman. Let's do this.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Different Currents, the Twin Cities' only weekly alternative music show. I'm afraid we have some bad news to start the show with. Luke Jackson, once of legendary local band Pony Parade, was involved in an automobile accident on Tuesday down in Nashville.
Hi, Josh. How are you?
Yeah, hi, Lucy. Not so good, mate. Laurie and I just got back from Nashville to see Luke, and he's totally out of it. doctors say it could go either way.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, look, Luce, I've been thinking about this a bit. This book you've been writing on Luke and I really want you to finish it. I really do. I just don't think I can give you anymore. It's taken a bit too much out of me, and I hope you've got enough, and I hope you can, piece it together. And one more thing, Luce, please be fair on Luke. I know what people think of him, but I owe him everything. I hope people realize that it wasn't always like this. We were friends.
Okay, Josh. I understand.
All right, love the intro. Got a chance. Appreciate the developer actually sent me that intro ahead of time to check out. So I love the audio introduction there. Yes, you will all notice today I am not on video, partly because I didn't want to block off any of this scenery here. So normally you see me on the screen, but for this case, I wanted you all to get a full picture of what's going on here. So we have the different sections. Let's see. We have the notes. We have the music to listen to. And I'd also encourage you all to check out Tim Scheinman's other games on itch. He's got a couple other games that have a similar style that you can check out. One, Richard Fleming, the game where it's like a kind of a game where you're listening to audio logs and trying to piece together a spy story, very kind of reminiscent of a Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy sort of thing. So I encourage you to check that out. All right, so let's see. March 95 here, Chapter 1. Oh, so you're like coming out with names here. Hey, Bardbastic, how are you? Looking forward to having you on the show tonight. Yeah, I feel you. You wrote, I'm pretty sure I covered the chapters when I streamed this. Yeah, that's kind of, I figured when I streamed Family with my wife the first time around that we had covered, I think, some part of it, maybe. I think some of the names. So I'm glad to, I figured I would try something a little different there. So Ramsey Senior Prom, Saturday, July 22nd. I'm kind of picking stuff random, I know. But the basic idea here, folks, for those who have not played one of Tim Scheinman's game, is you're trying to piece information together. So in this case, we're going to be looking at the notes, and that'll probably help us determine the names of the different sections. Or the different chapters. So let's start off with the notes. That'll probably be the best place, and then I'm sure we'll be listening to some music and going deeper than there. Bardbastic, I appreciate you streaming this. I sent your actually stream over to the developer. I was really happy to see that. I didn't watch your stream because, as you know, I didn't want any spoilers, but I know it was good. You wrote, doing good, working at the moment, but keeping this up on my personal laptop. Yeah, I'm curious how I play in comparison there. Lady Bloodsport, I thought you were going to debut your totally cool shirt so you can match your Courtney doll. Yeah, Courtney in the I don't know about the totally cool shirt, but Courtney's coming back tonight for sure. You will catch Courtney on the discussion. And a giveaway for some to win a chance to win Rivals on Steam. So excited about that. All right, let's look at the instructions. So help complete the story of Josh and Luke by matching chapters in Lucy's book to the correct titles. So help complete the story of Josh and Luke by matching chapters in Lucy's book to the correct titles. Okay, the story is divided into 5 sections with 6 chapters each. So this is section 1. These are the 6 chapters that we'll be naming. Kind of similar to Family Style in terms of probably having to complete a certain amount of titles before you move on to the next section. You can look at all the titles by clicking on any book chapter to bring up the full list. Oh, I skipped this part right here. You can find out the right titles by reading text, listening to audio extracts, looking at the images, and more. So it's a really cool multimedia experience. When you have found an answer, click on the chapter and then the appropriate title. You will be able to see a brief summary of each chapter by passing your mouse over it. The game will let you know when you have got 5 correct and you will receive new clues. Okay, so it'll tell you when you got 5 out of the 6 correct. Similar again to family. Finally, this game is date accurate to the time it depicts. Some clues may refer to real events or places, so you may need to do some detective work outside of the game. We actually talked about this in the interview with Tim Scheinman, that the idea of potentially having to go on the internet or Google and find different information. So excited to hear about that. All right, let's check out this first interview with Jeff Schultz from 2009. So it said, yeah, I produced this, gestures to the disc on the wall, now legendary record. I'm also Karen's uncle. She's a real good player. On tour with all those stars, really, you should be doing a book about her. Anyway, when I first met the band, they were still pretty raw, but they had these voices. They were only about 18, but man, both guys could sing. Throw in a great drummer and steel player, and it's no surprise that people still talk about them around here. Josh was pretty quiet for most of the sessions. Luke was running the show, calling all the shots. I know he has this reputation now as some kind of kook, but he was always charming, polite, and listened to what I had to say. He was already trying out that Southern thing. And you know what they say about people from the South. They've got manners. The band worked real hard. They were like professionals, heads down, concentrated all the time. And when the guys sang together, it was like there was electricity in the air. I never saw the band play live, but I figured it was pretty much like that. We put the record out on my label, a tiny imprint at the start of the new year. Things were pretty slow until I put a call into my buddy Al down at KXXR. They started playing them regularly through the spring, and then Rolling Stone came a-knockin'. You know, as much as it was a shame what happened to the band, look at all the music that came out of that. I like to think I played some small role in making it happen. Interesting. Produce this. So I'm wondering if this is referring to one of those records. I guess the earliest record right here. Josh. So Jeff, I get. Okay, I see. Email from Ethan Rice in 09. Dear Lucy, thanks for reaching out. I actually live next door to Karen and see her when she's not touring with Bonnie. Happy to help. I was a friend of Luke and Josh in high school and after, when Utah Honey got that review in Rolling Stone a few months after their record came out, saying they were the best young band in America. Luke got it into his head that the band needed to start touring right away, like as soon as possible. They needed someone to organize the tour and asked me, although I had no experience. We were due to play in St. Paul, Milwaukee, Duluth, Sioux City, and lots of other Midwest dives with bad scheduling. This meant sometimes we drove through the night and the next day to reach the venue just in time. The food starts to wear you down after a while. Driving through Wisconsin was particularly bad, if I have to even think about a Culver's Butter Burger again. The shows were always terrible, and the guys were getting in a worse mood every day. Eric was particularly upset. Finally, things came to a head in Grand Marais, right on the boundary waters. Luke thought that someone in the crowd was looking at Karen funny and leapt off the stage to tackle this guy. So this guy and his buddies come charging at the whole band. We had to leave all our gear and run for the van like that Almost Famous movie, but a lot less fun. It was brutal. Luke got his nose busted up badly and I think broke a few ribs. The day after he went missing. We were worried sick all the way back home. In the end, Luke sent Josh a note saying that he was out and the band was over. Personally, I think he felt guilty and sick with remorse, but could never admit it. Luke wasn't really the same after. Hope the book goes well. Best, Ethan. Okay. So yeah, Lucy's the one writing this biography about them. We have a website here as well, which I'm going to pop over and see if I can, what happens on that website. lbramley.co.uk. Lucy Bramley, so they have a full website here for this journalist. That is cool. broadcaster and journalist. Hi, I'm Lucy. I'm a broadcaster, journalist, and writer. My most recent work is a biography of the relationship between Luke Jackson, and Josh Moore, from their beginnings in cult band Pony Parade and for the next 15 years. If you have any questions, please use my chat window in the bottom right-hand corner. I'm very curious to see if that chat goes to the developer or for some sort of automated help. That's interesting. I love that. Hey, Grant Johnson. You're asking, what's the name of the game? This game is Rivals. It is, I guess I would describe it in a similar vein to the game that the developer created beforehand called Family. Both of those games are kind of musical detective games, historic kind of detective games. There's no crime that we're trying to solve. We're trying to piece together these kind of moments of the past. Really excited to play this one. The developer actually, we did an interview with him where he gave us the scoop and revealed this game. And his first game, Family, is becoming quite the hit. So we're really glad to help spread the word about his work and check out his innovative games. I guess the kind of comparison him and I both had is to compare these games to games similar to those made by Lucas Pope, like Return of the Obra Dinn. So those style games. So we're going to be piecing some information here right now. Okay, so section March 95. Okay, I got to listen to. We're going to have to listen to some more stuff here. Autobiography, Karen Olsen. Let's listen to this.
Chapter 3, Girl in the Band, read by the author. My first big gig was as the drummer in Pony Parade. I knew Josh and Luke when we went to Ramsey together. They were both from out of town. Josh had moved up from Florida just before junior year with his mother. Luke had come over with his parents from Australia because his dad had a teaching job at the U of M. They both lived in Highland Park, but Josh lived on the nicer side of it, if you know what I mean. I was, by then, a real good drummer and loved rock music. I used to play live in a little country combo with my uncle, which the guys would come see and geek out over the guitar player. It must have been March of '95. We were all cutting class together down at the river when Luke mentioned he and Josh had been writing songs together and whether I wanted to form a band with them. I said absolutely. And that was how we formed Pony Parade. Later we got Eric on steel guitar, who was also real good. I was with the band all the way through, until we split in '97. I think Josh in particular took the breakup really hard. It was a real love affair. Him and Luke were very dependent on each other. But in the end, Luke thought of it as his band, and that he could break it up when he wanted. I don't think Luke really got over that. The last few months were kinda rough. But for me, when it was good, it was great. Of course, that was a while back, and there's been many bands since. But it still means a lot to me.
Thanks for the like, Luke, or Grant. Excuse me. I'm listening about Luke and Josh right here. Thanks, Grant, on Facebook. Appreciate that so much, and thanks to our Twitch and YouTube followers and watchers. Really appreciate that as well. Okay, so let's see what else we got here. So that allows us to kind of go through the stuff. We have Pony Parade here. That opening guitar drum right there is so similar to what was done in Family. I love that. Oh, that's awesome, Grant. You're going to have to share some of your game design work with us. Please feel free to send it our way. So we heard, according to Karen, that the band broke up in '97. Okay, so I'm just trying to wrap my head fully around this. So these are these moments that we have, and then we can... Okay, so we have the date, and we got to remember what happened during that time. So we know that they... Okay, I need to go back and look at when they formed, and the other information we have. So when Jeff met them, they were only about 18. Yeah, her story. That's a favorite of mine, and I actually asked the developer about that when I interviewed him. And he had some interesting thoughts about her story, and in particular, Return of the Obra Dinn, I think, was more of an inspiration. But we also talked about the Mark Brown Game Designer's Toolkit video that explored detective games, and so both of us are definitely fans of detective games, and I guess somewhat critical of how they've been handled before. But her story, in my mind, is a great example for sure. Okay, I'm not seeing much time stamps here. Hopefully I'm in the right state to go through this. I cleared through family fairly quick, but I think in my sleep-deprived state, this might take me a little longer. But definitely looking forward to going through this. Game Maker's Toolkit is the resource, Grant. If you look it up on YouTube, just write Game Maker's Toolkit. It's an incredibly popular channel. It's, I think, like the best source for like kind of in-depth analysis of game mechanics for sure. Oh, it's not an actual, like, it's more of like a show that goes through mechanics. So it's not like an actual toolkit to help with, like, it's not a tool to actually make games. More so, more so just like a guide. So I no, it's not like Twine, but yeah, Twine is another really cool tool for sure. Bard Bassick saying, do you want chat participation based on what you're seeing, not on previous experience? Based on what you're seeing? Oh, based on what I'm saying, that I'm that I'm a little more sleep deprived than normal. Yeah. Maybe a little bit of chat participation, maybe not too much though, Bard Bassick. Maybe if I miss something here, or I don't mind a little something here or there. I'm gonna listen to this
3,
one more time.
Girl in the Band, read by the author. My first big gig was as the drummer in Pony Parade. I knew Josh and Luke when we went to Ramsey together. They were both from out of town. Josh had moved up from Florida just before junior year with his mother. Luke had come over with his parents from Australia because his dad had a teaching job at the U of M. They both lived in Highland Park, but Josh lived on the nicer side of it, if you know what I mean. I was, by then, a real good drummer and loved rock music. I used to play live in a little country combo with my uncle, which the guys would come see and geek out over the guitar player. It must have been March of '95. We were all cutting class together down at the river when Luke mentioned he and Josh had been writing songs together and whether I wanted to form a band with them. I said absolutely. And that was how we formed Pony Parade. Later we got Eric on steel guitar, who was also real good. I was with the band all the way through, until we split in '97. I think Josh in particular took the breakup really hard. It was a real love affair. Him and Luke were very dependent on each other. But in the end, Luke thought of it as his band, and that he could break it up when he wanted. I don't think Luke really got over that. The last few months were kind of rough. But for me, when it was good, it was great. Of course, that was a while back, and there's been many bands since. But it still means a lot to me.
Okay, cool. So now we're piecing things together. So based on that audio, that tape right there with Karen Olsen, Luke, Josh, and Karen formed Pony Parade in March 1995. I'm just looking over some of these moments because this is a good way for us to also see when we're piecing stuff together which pieces go with other pieces. Grant saying that person you named, yeah, Mark Brown. Yeah, Oxenfree, very very cool game. In fact, I think we're going to be playing Oxenfree and After Party from the same developers on Indie Game Club in October. Trying to get the Halloween vibe for sure. Yeah, super excited to explore that. Yeah, you got some good games that you're talking about, Grant. Those are right in line with the stuff we like to play. Okay, and so we have the senior prom. That is July 22nd. That is not up here. So let's go back to this interview. So it looks like Jeff Schultz produced that first album right here. Looks like Utah Honey. We'll have that playing in the background while we read through some of this. It's also Karen's uncle. So they were 18. Showing a great drummer. Okay. I'm not seeing too much information there, though, with the interview with Jeff Schultz. It might be like Family where we're going to come back to it. Regular through the spring, and then Rolling Stone came in knocking. So we know Rolling Stone was a big turning point for their career. So this is again with Lucy and Ethan Rice. So Ethan lived next door to Karen. So Utah Honey, that first album, yeah, that's the one that got the big review in Rolling Stone. I don't think I've seen those games, the Tattertales games, Grant. I'll have to check those out. Yeah, thanks for sharing that for sure. Yeah, I'm definitely a sucker for detective games for sure. All right, so we know that Utah Honey got that review. So then they started immediately touring. Let's see, they talked about the touring food. But I'm not seeing a date attached to this. Maybe I'm supposed to assume that that's the next... Because they broke up. We know they broke up in 97, but we don't know when they broke up. I mean, I guess the assumption could be that they broke up here, if that's... No, I don't know if that's fair. So this is the only tape we have. I guess we can't do anything with this Walkman, I'm assuming, unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, Grant, definitely drop those links for me. I would love to check that out. So So we have, I guess I should go based on the order of the stuff. I was just assuming there would be more of a date, but we have like the order of when things could have possibly happened. But we see that it goes all the way to section 5, which is in August 09. Oh, you know what? My fault, people. I, for some reason, was thinking I was stuck in section 1. That's what I was confused about. So I can jump forward. I honestly did not notice this next section piece until I just clicked it. That changes things significantly, for sure. So we know, for example, that they broke up in 97, and so that's all the way up into section 1. Okay. The big gig at prom. So that happened in July, so I guess in August, maybe we put that there for now? We can always adjust it. Okay, now things are opening up. I knew I was missing something here, so let's listen to Karen one more time.
Girl in the Band, read by the author. My first big gig was as the drummer in Pony Parade. I knew Josh and Luke when we went to Ramsey together. They were both from out of town. Josh had moved up from Florida just before junior year with his mother. Luke had come over with his parents from Australia because his dad had a teaching job at the U of M. They both lived in Highland Park, but Josh lived on the nicer side of it, if you know what I mean. I was, by then, a real good drummer and loved rock music. I used to play live in a little country combo with my uncle, which the guys would come see and geek out over the guitar player. It must have been March of '95. We were all cutting class together down at the river when Luke mentioned he and Josh had been writing songs together and whether I wanted to form a band with them. I said absolutely. And that was how we formed Pony Parade. Later we got Eric on steel guitar, who was also real good. I was with the band all the way through, until we split in '97. I think Josh in particular took the breakup really hard. It was a real love affair. Him and Luke were very dependent on each other. But in the end, Luke thought of it as his band, and that he could break it up when he wanted. I don't think Luke really got over that. The last few months were kinda rough. But for me, when it was good, it was great. Of course, that was a while back, and there's been many bands since. But it still means a lot to me.
Okay, yeah. Now I've started to grasp all of this stuff. It didn't really click with me that I could go through the section. So we have access to everything immediately. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, okay. Now I'm also seeing other things. So yeah, the prom. So I see the things that need to go in here. I see the stuff. I just got to piece them to order. So yeah, the prom should be here instead. Yep, my fault on that. And then, so they were playing that. At some point, we know that they released the band. We know they got the Ride Up and Rolling Stone. So those are two of the upcoming events. One of them also referenced the breakup of the band. If it broke up in '97, that might be this one here. I'm going to put that here for now, even though I usually don't like to mark these until I'm for sure about them. And we know about the tour. So actually, this might make sense right here to do what? Release of Utah Honey. Yeah, release of Utah Honey would make sense to be here. And then this, and then the tour. Okay. Now we're clicking it. It's all coming together.
Chapter 4. Unstoppable. Luke bounded into the practice room with the copy of Rolling Stone in hand. The magazine had just described Pony Parade as the most promising new band in America. The town was abuzz, and Luke had a wild look in his eyes.
Okay, let's see. Meet cute. Luke, Josh, and Karen form Pony Parade. Luke, Josh, and Karen form Pony Parade. By the time of his junior year, Luke Jackson had evolved in what his girlfriend at the time, Helen Becker, described as quite a specimen. 6 feet tall with straight jet black hair down to his shoulders, Luke looked like he belonged in a Levi's advert more than the halls of Ramsey. The Hall of Power. What would you say, Grant? Let me look at what you said. What's it called and who made this game? Oh, this game is called Rivals. It's made by Tim Scheidman. And let's see, how is the game mechanic? I love it so far. This is it's in line with family, so I'm really loving it. Let's see, the Halls of Power. Big gig at the prom. Band practice was often a grueling affair, stretching late into the evening on sticky summer nights. Karen in particular remembered the smell of disinfectant in the school practice rooms and the sound of the elderly cleaners arriving and then departing. You take the high road. Luke breaks up the band. I guess let me put this in order a little bit more. So the release of the album right here. Kids in the Studio. Jeff Schultz, owned a small recording studio in the North Loop of Minneapolis. As Karen's proud uncle and musical guide, he had often offered to open up the studio to Pony Parade. When they finally arrived looking sweaty and bedraggled, he greeted them with an air of trepidation. And then they got this review in Rolling Stone. I love how his games really piece a story together. You start you really do feel like a detective unpacking, and by the end of the games, you really feel like you understand the story and the characters in a much more intimate way, because you're really trying to uncover parts of their life, their motivation. It's really impressive. And I think it's a lot more I talked with him. A lot of this stuff it's amazing how it can kind of leave an impact. And it doesn't feel like it's just a logic puzzle, because there's real people behind it in a story. It's much more impactful in that regard. So writing it up in Rolling Stone, Unstoppable, Luke bounded into the practice room. Excuse me, I'm having a little trouble reading the small text. With a copy of Rolling Stone in hand, the magazine had just described Pony Parade as the most promising new band in America. The town was abuzz, and Luke had a wild look in his eyes. And then finally, you take the high road. Luke breaks up the band. Luke returned looking bedraggled and like he hadn't slept in days. The rest of the band had endured a fitful journey back to Minneapolis, and they were afraid of what he would say. When he did speak, he seemed dazed and upset. The band was over, he said. Okay, so section 1, we got these lined up. Oh, cool, and it actually has the text there. That's good to know. And we actually knew this one as well. Let me try to remember this. I remember... Hold on. I remember having it on my mind. I think it was Tour? First and Only Tour. Yeah, so Doomed Youth should be there, because that was described... Tim Scheinman, Grant. It's Scheiman. And so, yeah, we're trying to solve all these things. So if you see us... Did I spell that right? Scheinman. Yeah. Okay. Let's jump back on this. Let's see. So now we have a diary entry from Josh. Ben's joining the band. I'm so excited. I honestly hadn't stopped thinking about this guy since I saw Bottle Rocket play at 1st and 7th last month. Jesus, what a player. Like some crazy Niels Lofgren picking shit that I haven't seen before. Then he got on the organ and I thought, this is what we could be. Turns out that beer last night convinced him, so he's moving his stuff to our practice space. It's been 2 months since Luke put out his record, and I've been really struggling with the feeling he's pulling away from us. His new stuff is honestly incredible, kind of scary. I'm going to need some allies if we're going to war. I think I found my first one. Yeah, it's an interesting analysis on band breakups. I mean, we hear about them, we see them all the time, and then this is kind of a behind-the-scenes look at it. I wish there was a back section button. I do wish there was, like, a way so that I don't have to just skip all the way to section 1 to see. So, August 97... And then right here we're in 98. So we know, okay, Ben. Let me look at this one more time because we have 2 more tapes and we have this as well. Luke is going to Nashville. Farewell barbecue, March 2nd. I'm assuming that is going to be here. I could be wrong because there could be a upcoming March. We could be thrown off. March 2nd. Oh, right here. More than likely. Because the other March... No, that's March 2002. My fault. So March 98. March 2000. Okay. That's a good clue for us to have. Let's listen to these tapes right here. So we have Radio London, Glastonbury.
It's Saturday, 28th of June. I'm Lucy Bramley. Welcome to Glastonbury Festival 1998, live on London Radio. I'm in a muddy field, just off by the other stage, with Julian Dean of Toploader. Jules, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thanks.
A lot of people are talking about Toploader as the next big thing. Think you'll be up there next year?
Oh yeah.
We've just seen Luke Jackson come off stage. He had a big hit right at the start of the year with Losing Sleep. What did you think?
Thought it was all right.
Just all right? Anything else?
Well, I think he probably owes Tom Waits a royalty check or 2. Nick Cave's playing here tomorrow as well. Hope he doesn't hear about it.
All right, Julian, I'll let you go. Toploader's self-titled record is out now on Far Canal Records. Back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, so it could be the case, there's a 2-month difference here. So it could be the case that Luke released his song in 97, and then in, chapter 7, geez, I'm butchering everything today when I'm speaking. January 1998, chapter 7, Luke releases it at the beginning of the year. That's what I'm thinking. And then 2 months later is when this is being referred to, this note. So let's see. I'm going to kind of glance at this. So Ben, oh no, you can kind of see some stuff that's happening. Recruits Ben into his band. So that might have been 2 months later. Ben's joining the band. Yeah, honestly hadn't stopped thinking about this guy since I saw Bottle Rocket play. Let's see. Tonight. It's been 2 months since Luke put out his record. I've been really struggling with the feeling he's pulling away from us. Okay, it's a 2-month difference. And they mentioned, so that sounds like that is an interview, right, with Josh 2 months later.
It's Saturday, 28th of June. I'm Lucy Bramley. Welcome to Glastonbury Festival 1998, live on London Radio. I'm in a muddy field, just off by the other stage, with Julian Dean of Toploader. Jules, how are you doing?
Julian.
I'm very well, thanks.
A lot of people are talking about Toploader as the next big thing. Think you'll be up there next year?
Oh yeah, definitely.
We've just seen Luke Jackson come off stage. He had a big hit right at the start of the year with Losing Sleep. What did you think?
Thought it was all right.
Just all right? Anything else?
Well, I think he probably owes Tom Waits a royalty check or 2. Nick Cave's playing here tomorrow as well. Hope he doesn't hear about it.
All right, Julian, I'll let you go. Toploader's self-titled record is out now on Far Canal Records. Back to you guys.
So I'm assuming this is Glastonbury 98. I'm assuming this is referring to Luke wows the UK festival crowd but fails to impress a UK rocker. So I'm going to put this here for now. And this does, the timing matches up so far, 2 months later. Yeah, great. You have to. So I'm piecing together based on these notes I have, based on these pictures, and based on this audio, as well as listening to the music. And it's hinted that some sections may require you to look online. And so what I'm trying to do is piece together the different sections of this book. So this person that we saw, Lucy, that's being referred to in the notes and in the cassettes, is the person who is writing this book about Luke and Josh. And their musical history. So we're kind of piecing together the different sections. So yeah, you said very NPR. Bardbastic saying, wow, I completely missed that one. It was one of the last ones I put in. Which one are you referring to, Bard? That makes me hopefully feel like I'm in the right direction. let's see. So then we got Ben 2 months after that. I just want to make sure, looking at some of these, to see if any of these were referenced. No, many of these sound like they're coming up later. Yeah, I'm assuming this one is referring to something later on. The Glastonbury one. Wow's the UK crowd. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, I was actually a little... It took me a moment there because I was wondering at first who they were interviewing. So, yeah, I feel you on that. That's what's always so interesting and fun about playing these is like we all notice things differently. So I'm sure you figured out other parts like faster, and you know it's really cool to kind of compare notes about what things resonate and click with us. Yeah, and Bardbastic, like when I played Family again, like there was other things I noticed the second time around, and I think I played it even one. Yeah, I played it a third time around. In that case, I saw some other facts that like piece things together to the point where I was like, yeah, like really convinced he had thought so much of it through. Okay, so let's see. Let's listen to this. Lori, Josh's wife. Let's listen to this one.
Sure. So, I'm also from London. I worked for a while at John Lewis and then got offered a role at Target Corporate in late '98. So I moved to Uptown in Minneapolis. I retrained in 2004 after our first baby, and now I'm a psychotherapist. I first met Josh a month before Christmas. I worked with a woman called Caroline, who I later found out dated Luke in high school. She wanted me to come along to her running club in Kenwood, and Josh was there. He's always had some anxiety, which he's tried to manage through various things, and at this point it was jogging. He'd released Chauncey in February. It just hadn't quite gone how he'd wanted. People didn't think he'd found his voice yet, and Luke's immediate success was quite troubling for him. I found him to be a really open, interested person. He talked a lot about Ben, but he also talked about Luke. He didn't seem angry.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Bart. I was thinking about pausing right there as well, because I know that we're talking about Josh and Lori meeting. I'm actually going to rewind it and listen to that part one more time while I look for November.
Sure. So, I'm also from London. I worked for a while at John Lewis and then got offered a role at Target Corporate in late '98. So I moved to Uptown in Minneapolis. I retrained in 2004 after our first baby, and now I'm a psychotherapist.
Okay, there we go. Retrained 2004 after their baby. I saw that Josh and Lori have their first child. That was referenced. Doesn't necessarily mean it happened in 2004. But reach after their baby. Let's see. So that could be... Yeah, I do wish there was a back section, because that would really help. They mentioned meeting a month before Christmas. I'm assuming a November date we're going to see. No. Let's keep listening to that.
I first met Josh a month before Christmas.
A month before
I worked with a woman
before Christmas. Now that's interesting. Yeah, Bardbastic saying that was my only, one of my only gripes with the game. It needed a last section or a previous section button. Yeah, I agree. Okay, well we have the baby. So we have several things. I like this that we at least have, we have some crumbs that we can kind of follow. So we know about Josh and Lori having their first child. I do wish it would also be cool if you can kind of pull these together, like as if you're making like a clue map. You know how you see those maps like on a cork board, where you can kind of pull different ideas. I wish I could do that, like take this, drag it over here, maybe connect it to another thing. I think that would be a really cool idea potentially for a future game. I'd love to do something like that myself as well. Okay, let's... Oh, no, I did not mean to do that. Three little doggies. I don't even know what that is. Luke plays the Grand Ole Opry and is arrested in the parking lot. Okay, that is not my choice. I also wish you could delete something. Like, I wish... Can I delete it? Nope, can't delete it. Josh meets Laura and things pick up. All right, let's keep listening. So we have information about them meeting and having a baby.
Called
Let's see what else they got.
Who I later found out dated Luke in high school. She wanted me to come along to her running club in Kentwood, and Josh was there. He's always had some anxiety, which he's tried to manage through various things, and at this point it was jogging. He'd released Chauncey in February.
Oh, I see the clear chapter section. Okay, so I click on this and then click clear. Yep, cool. Thanks. Thanks, Bard. Appreciate that.
It just hadn't quite gone how he'd wanted. People didn't think he'd found it, and Josh was there. He first met Josh a month before Christmas. I worked with a woman called Caroline, who I later found out dated Luke in high school. She wanted me to come along to her running club in Kentwood, and Josh was there. He's always had some anxiety, which he's tried to manage through various things, and at this point it was jogging. He'd released Chauncey in February. It just hadn't quite gone how he'd wanted.
Okay. So we have February, the release of Chauncey. We still got to get that date of when they met. I'm just confused about the month before Christmas. Maybe the audio messes up because she meant to say something else or corrected herself.
People didn't think he'd found his voice yet, and Luke's immediate success was quite troubling for him. I found him to be a really open, interested person. He talked a lot about Ben, but he also talked about Luke. He didn't seem angry, even though Luke had called him out in the press, but he did feel betrayed and seemed a little lost. I think our happiest time was around April 2001. The now famous Alfa Romeo was actually my mum's car. They thought the name was pronounced Alfa Romeo, like
Okay, so we got April 2001.
it was some NATO thing. I did tell them they'd got it wrong, but not before it had become the album title. You know, Luke and Josh have been through a lot, together and apart, but there's still a lot of love there. I just hope one day they can show it. Guys, eh?
So there's a lot of information in that tape. Use of Isle Royale. Okay. There we go. Release of Alfa Romeo to critical acclaim and commercial difficulty. So that... Oh, did I mark that in the wrong spot? Did I accidentally put that in another section as well? Yeah, I need to clear this. So I got 4 things, so hopefully if I get one more, we'll see what else we got. Let's listen to this one more time.
Sure. So, I'm also from London. I worked for a while at John Lewis and then got offered a role at Target Corporate in late '98. So I moved to Uptown in Minneapolis. I retrained in 2004 after our first baby, and now I'm a psychotherapist.
2004, after our first baby. Okay. So we got 2 2004 dates. I still want to know when they met.
I first met Josh a month before Christmas. I worked with a woman called Caroline, who I later found out dated
a month before Christmas.
I first met Josh
A month before Christmas.
I worked with a woman called Caroline.
So we know what happened before 2004. They said they were happiest in 2001. So they were together by then. I hope I'm not tripping when I'm listening to this. A month before Christmas would imply November, right? I mean, I guess a month. Maybe they're saying... maybe how some people say a month ago, like 30 days ago, 3-4 weeks ago. So it could be maybe that. Because then, if they were happiest here, it had to have been before that. So yeah, I think that has to be the case. So what did that? Josh and Lori mean? Yep, right here. Okay, well that doesn't bode well because I think that might, if that's correct, unfortunately that means some of the other stuff might not be correct because I think we have 5 things. This Alfa Romeo seems good. Doomed Youth, first and only tour. I think that makes sense because they got the review, went on tour. Okay, Bardbasic saying the month leading up to Christmas would have been a better way to word it. Yeah, I think so. That threw me off in a big way, I guess. Maybe that's also a difference in when Tim and I were talking, that we were talking about there's like subtle like cultural differences and whatnot. So it could be a British thing in how they say it. Okay, well something doesn't add up here. So we have Luke wows the UK festival crowd but fails to impress. Maybe that's a little off. Because it sounds like, if we're connecting it here, I thought that these two matched. Because if Luke he wows the festival, we have that Glastonbury clue. And then we know that Ben joined 2 months after the song was released. I guess it's not clear that the song came out at the beginning of the year. Or somebody said a song came out at the beginning of the year. Let's listen to that again.
It's Saturday, 28th of June. I'm Lucy Bramley. Welcome to Glastonbury Festival night.
There we go. How did I miss that? 28th of June. I can't believe I messed that up. I think I might have clicked wrong. Yep. Yes. That should be there. That should not be there. And then this is 2 months after he released the song. So this is not there either. Okay. Now things are coming together.
1998, live on London Radio.
Can't believe I missed that
I'm
part.
in a muddy field, just off by the other stage with Julian Dean of Top Loader. Jules, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thanks.
A lot of people are talking about Top Loader as the next big thing.
So maybe we're talking about...
I think you'll be up there next year.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We've just seen Luke Jackson come off stage. He had a big hit right at the start of the year with Losing Sleep.
Losing Sleep. So I guess we can find out what Losing Sleep, what album that's a part of. That would help as well, right? Because that might tell us Losing Sleep right here. So maybe if we can find him releasing Losing Sleep. I'm assuming that has to be a part of this, right? Losing Sleep. Right? There we go.
Chapter 7. A few years after Luke released Losing Sleep came a movement called the Garage Rock Revival. Luke may well have felt that he got ahead of this trend, although he also generously admits that he was mainlining Nick Cave and the John Spencer blues explosion at the time.
Okay, let's piece this together again. I know we can do this in the other section, but I kind of like this here. So again, going back to the initially, while the band was together, their first and only tour, Ethan Rice is now a safety supervisor at 3M, but when he was 18, for one brief and glorious moment, he was Pony Parade's tour manager. I meet him at Cahoots in St. Paul, opposite the music shop where he took a series of unsuccessful clarinet lessons as a child. He looks at me ruefully. Here to talk about my failures, eh? This is great writing, I gotta say. Shout out, Tim. You did a great job with this. Okay, and then we have... The next thing would be losing sleep, right? That would be the next chronological event, where Luke hits the ground running with his single Losing Sleep. A few years after Luke released Losing Sleep came a movement called the Garage Rock Revival. Luke may well have felt that he got ahead of this trend, although he also generously admits that he was mainlining Nick Cave and the John Spencer blues explosion at the time. Oh, that's what that Lucy just read out loud. And then a willing accomplice here with Josh recruiting Ben into his new band Powderhorn. Ben Kotzen had moved to Minneapolis when he was 4 years old. His mother had decided to leave South Africa herself, having moved there from Nazi Germany in the 40s. Ben never looked back. To those who knew him, the American experience was perfect for Ben, and he seized it with both hands. Out with rugby, in with football. Love it. Great writing. Interesting. And so that interview was with another rocker in Powderhorn, Julian, right? I believe was the name. Let's see. Now we have... I hope Nick doesn't find out. Luke wows the UK festival crowd, but fails to impress a UK rocker. The popular high point of Luke's career seems to have centered around his appearance at Glastonbury Festival in 1998. I was there too, interviewing an unimpressed member of an indie band. Luke brought in a level of shamanic, disquiet to a weekend otherwise suffused with chippy indie bands. And then finally, I'm your man, Josh meets Lori, and things pick up quickly. Look, I'm not a big runner, Josh admits to me over a coffee at the Spyglass Cafe in Kenwood, where he and Lori went on their first date. It's just, I had to do something. Lori's old flat lies around half a mile north, next to famous bookshop Maggers and Quinn, and a new Apple shop. Look, I'm not a big runner. Interesting. I'm trying to figure this out. Okay, so we have section 1 fully complete now. And let's see. Section 2. I think we still have one outstanding item, pitchfork and torches, but I think that was correct. Yeah, Alfa Romeo, so we're good on that. So we need 4 more solid ones. Let's see what new information we got here. Oh, several new. 3 new pieces right here. As well as the Nashville Chief of Police. Let's listen to this.
Hello, everyone. As I'm sure many of you know by now, this evening our officers apprehended a white male in the parking lot of the Grand Ole Opry. I can confirm that said person was Luke Jackson, a musician who had been performing at the Opry. He is currently being held in custody, awaiting a court date in the morning. The Opry would like to make it clear that it does not condone these rock star shenanigans in any way, and considers itself a family program with a zero-tolerance policy towards drugs of any kind. Any questions? No, he has not posted bail.
Here, I'll pause it right there. I see, is that how it worked? I don't think so, Bard. Maybe, I don't remember about that in Family. I have to look. I thought it just checked 5 at a time. Did I mess that up? I'll have to listen back at that. Yeah, you got me thinking back about how it operated. I thought how it operated was... You technically can't... Yeah, when you hit 5 correct answers. So I guess you're right that if I would have had 5 correct answers already, Alfa Romeo would have been included in that. Yes, I need to check back on that again. So we have 2 things in 01. So we have this Grand Ole Opry thing. Luke plays the Grand Ole Opry and is arrested in the parking lot. Okay, so that kind of, I guess, if this isn't correct, then this leads me to believe this has to be correct here. And then I will listen back at the tape to hear back about Alfa Romeo. But let's continue with this right here.
Any others? What did I think of the Predators' result tonight? Well, I think it's a shame we lost 3-2 to Columbus. Always stings. But it's on to Dallas in a few days, and hopefully then we'll have a good chance against San Jose. What's that? Well, I guess you'll have to look that up on one of those search engines. Okay, that's enough.
All right, there we go. That's got to be a clue, right? Look it up on one of those search engines. The sheriff's telling us directly. So we're going to have
Good
to
evening,
look
everyone.
We're going to have to look up the Predators. Yeah, I agree, Bard Bastic. Yeah, that's it. Exactly like family in that regard. Yeah, when you hit 5 correct answers, it confirms the five that are right. For some reason, I guess I was just confused thinking about, I guess you could possibly have more, but that doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's the 5 that are correct. And so in that way, you kind of know that the other ones that you had were incorrect. All right, let's listen one more time.
Hello, everyone. As I'm sure many of you know by now, this evening our officers apprehended a white male in the parking lot of the Grand Ole Opry. I can confirm that said person was Luke Jackson, a musician who had been performing at the Opry. He is currently being held in custody, awaiting a court date in the morning. The Opry would like to make it clear that it does not condone these rock star shenanigans in any way and considers itself a family program with a zero-tolerance policy towards drugs of any kind. Any questions? No, he has not posted bail. Any others? What did I think of the Predators' result tonight? Well, I think it's a shame we lost 3-2 to Columbus. Always stings. But it's on to Dallas in a few days, and hopefully then we'll have a good chance against San Jose. What's that?
Oh, so that's a hockey game, right? Predators edged Columbus 3-2. But this is 2005. Let me look this up and see if that makes it.
Well, I guess you'll have to look that up on one of those search engines. Okay, that's enough. Good evening, everyone.
Oh, okay. This is cool. Very cool. So I'm looking this up on the side. And it looks like Columbus Blue Jackets at Nashville Predators. Did it say 3-1? I think it did. Let me listen to that one more time.
A zero-tolerance policy towards drugs of any kind. Any questions? No, he has not posted bail. Any others? What did I think of the Predators' result tonight? Well, I think it's a shame we lost 3-2 to Columbus. Always stings. But
3-2? Oh, no. Okay. I thought I had this right. Now I keep shifting it. Because I found it from February 2001. Let me look this up for April. Yep, 3-2. So, okay. I don't know why I switched it. I had it right the first time. So we have that confirmed based on a Google search that indeed the Nashville Predators lost to the Columbus Blue Jackets in 2001. Wow. Okay. Cool. That's really cool that they did that. Yeah, Barbastic, it's funny. I was looking, yeah, in April, because I found another one where they met in the first search result that I found about them was when I put 2001 was February, but the result of that match was 3-1. So that is not the case. Let me listen back to this about Alfa Romeo.
Always had some anxiety, which he's tried to manage through various things, and at this point it was jogging. He'd released...
Oh, jogging, the running. So they reference. So I wonder if the game does. The reason I really, as much as, I wanted to read the story. That was the primary reason. But I also wanted to read these things after we completed them because it also gave us a bit of insight into the next part. So we had the jogging, the running part, I think was, look, I'm not a big runner. That's interesting. She's talking about this.
In February. And Josh was there. He's always had some anxiety, which he's tried to manage through various things, and at this point it was jogging. He'd released Chauncey in February. just hadn't quite gone how he'd wanted. People
So I guess Chauncey, February here. Let's listen to that one more time.
found out dated Luke in high school. She wanted me to come along to her running club in Kenwood, and Josh was there. He's always had some anxiety, which he's tried to manage through various things, and at this point it was jogging. He'd released Chauncey in February. It just hadn't quite gone how he'd wanted. People didn't think he'd found his voice yet, and Luke's immediate success was quite troubling for him. I found him to be a really open, interested person. He talked a lot about Ben, but he also talked about Luke. He didn't seem angry, even though Luke had called him out in the press, but he did feel betrayed and seemed a little lost. I think our happiest time was around April 2001. The now famous Alfa Romeo was actually my mum's car. They thought the name was pronounced Alfa Romeo.
Okay, it was her mom's car. 2001. Okay, I think that's the Alfa Romeo thing. I messed up on that. Let's see.
Like it was some NATO thing. I did tell them they'd got it wrong, but not before it had become the album title. You know, Luke and Josh have been through a lot, together and apart, but there's still a lot of love there. I just hope one day they can show it. Guys, eh?
All right, so let's start reading these notes. We got a lot of notes here. So a memo, Intruder Records. Guys, we have a problem with Luke. The record is not moving anything at all since we released it this month. We can't get it on radio because it's too country, and we can't get it on country because, well, it's Luke. Also, since that deal at the Opry, he's been radioactive. So they're mentioning that was in April 2001. I mean, what the hell is this record anyway? It's all acoustic, guitar, pedal, steel, and where's the volume? Okay, maybe we can start listening to one of these, Luke. So we already listened to Losing Sleep. We know it's not that. So it's one of these two right here. So that's going to help us know it based on the sound. All acoustic guitar, pedal, steel, where's the volume? And who the hell is this Susanna? Isn't that girl we had interning a few months back? Anyone have something to tell me? I, for one, feel that the artist we have signed is not the artist we have today. I thought we were getting the White Stripes, and instead we're pushing Johnny Cash. It's April, and I feel that this has gone on way too long. Let's get this sorted out quickly by the end of the month. If you have any objections, please let me know. Otherwise, I think we need ourselves a new bluesman. Okay, I'm off to Detroit to find the next Vaughn Bondies. Apparently, you can just find them lying out on the streets. Best, Rob. So that is, we don't know what year that is, right? Luke is not recording. So that gives us some information about Luke in one of these albums. I wonder if that's it.
Oh, Caroline, holds the moonlight.
So we're listening. I'm trying to find some music that's on. They couldn't get on the radio because it's too country, and we can't get on country because, well, it's Luke. Grant, no, this isn't a real band. That's what's pretty wild, though, that the designer, he also created the music for the game and did the programming. It makes you feel like it's very much a real world. The game does reference real world things, and he wanted to make sure it was historically accurate. So when they reference other things that were going on in the time, those are real life. So, for example, the hockey game that they reference. Let's listen to this.
You look like an angel, moon in your cigarette eyes. Tell me your secret, 'cause I don't want any more lies.
Let's pause that momentarily while we listen to or read this. Rivals in Arms, Lucy Bramley, 05. There has always been a question present in American music as whether to innovate or to look back for the pure pleasure of nostalgia. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the alt-country scene, where some bands have chosen to embrace even more traditional instruments and subject matter, while others have moved toward more advanced post-Radiohead style sound sculpture. In particular, the relationship between two of its key players, Josh Moore and Luke Jackson, provides a fascinating encapsulation of this dichotomy. The former bandmates exist in radically different sonic and critical spheres. Powderhorn's progressive tendencies are regularly lauded by hipster magazines, even as they draw further into the world of indie rock. Meanwhile, Jackson has found an uneasy home for his musical love letters within the country firmament, who seem ready to kick him out at a moment's notice. Interesting. Moreover, the two artists appear to draw great creativity and motivation from their fabled rivalry, to the point releasing records neck and neck for the past few release cycles. At the moment, Powderhorn may be winning the commercial battle with their new record full of deeply personal songs like Snow Angels and Kid in the Middle. But for me, Luke's epic new record, full of string mandolins, choirs, and a bang on Lee Hazelwood impression, is also one to be reckoned with. No one seems to know how this creative artillery battle is going to end up, but we should all take notice. So that was Lucy writing about them, and hence the name of the game as well, Rivals, between Luke and Josh. Let's see. And then finally, let's look at the Star Tribune obituary. Oh, okay, for Julia Jackson, 03. Julia Jackson, a respected community activist and member of staff at the University of Minnesota, passed away this week. Having moved with her son from Arkansas, so this is Luke's mother, in 1995, Julia quickly established herself as an empathetic and dynamic member of Berean Missionary Baptist Church, as well as selector of hymns, working closely with Pastor Rohr. Oh, you know what? I guarantee you that's a reference to Jason Rohr. I'll have to ask the developer about that, but I just have trouble believing that isn't a reference to game designer Jason Rohr. A highly valued cleric at U of M, where she undertook high-quality transcription services, as well as eventually teaching introductory English to foreign students. Says her son Luke, "She was a wonderful mother who did everything she could for me. She gave me the gift of music and never let me forget about where I came from. She is remembered by Luke and her sister Elizabeth." So this was in 2003. Barbastic saying, "It's crazy how many clues I can notice watching you play through that I didn't notice this early on during my playthrough." Yeah, isn't it funny? Like once you that's why I think these games actually bear repeating, like and playing again. And I'm actually gonna watch y'all's streams later as well, because I'm curious. Like it's really fascinating to see, like, again, what clicks and what doesn't, and like where our minds take us. And also a testament to the game being designed in such a way, similar to kind of Her Story, where you can kind of go in different directions but still ultimately find the same conclusion. All right, so let's see what we got there. We have Bardbest, "You'll hate my playstyle." I watched you play Family. What's your playstyle? I don't think there was anything wrong with it. Tell me more. Let's listen to some Powderhorn while we're doing this. You said I pulled the fill in the blanks and maybe I'll be right. Yeah, I feel you. I can't really do that, but I know what you mean. You can say what you want, it don't mean a thing. Just a chip on the stack. Guess today. Luke's mother died, so we know she died in 03, so it's either 17 or 18. Well, I may pull that move right here, though, my Bardbastic, just because I do wish that there was a way to, like, put a note down for it. Ugh, I did not mean to put it there. Okay, right here. I'll put the Julia in both of those for now. We also know 04. Yeah, I feel I'm kind of doing that with the Julia one right now, just to remember it in that slot, and then I'm kind of yeah, I guess, which is slightly, I shouldn't be doing that necessarily. I'm just trying to. Yeah, I wish these games. I need to talk to Tim. I'd love for him to just put like a note section. I guess we could have like our own like note section, but I think it would help because there's definitely a lot to keep up with. And we know 04 was the baby, so I'm looking at that. And I think there was reference to erupting on the radio. There was like one of the interviews I think mentioned disparaging on the radio, so we can do that. Let's keep listening to the music while we're doing this. Powderhorn tour and fall in love with their car, but Ben leaves afterward. Okay, the car was the Alfa Romeo reference, right, that we had earlier. Powderhorn tour, so that means that must have happened before. So life is pie with Belgian fries. So I would assume that actually goes here. Because then Alfa Romeo comes next. And we have Luke going to Nashville in March. That might be a reference to this Intruder Records. Did they mention him? Because we know he was in Minneapolis before. New day comes like a loneliest friend, looking to make it right. Sweetness lies in the deep river bend, kissing the still of the night. Saturday night come, Sunday is blue sky. So I think they're referencing this in this entry right here about the Intruder Records. They're referencing, I think, this album here. And Susanna, so I'm sure we're going to hear more about her. And so that must have been not too long after. Oh, okay. Barbastic's saying quick tip. The now playing shows the song name as well. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't notice that. There's Oh Caroline. Oh, Susanna right here. Okay. I did not notice that. Thank you for mentioning that. So I guess no, this is the album then. Yeah, this is the album they're referencing. This is the one that, right, they said, yeah, because it's too country and we can't get on the country. Because it's, well, Luke. Okay. Look like an angel. Yeah, thanks for that, Bardbastic. I did not, like, that did not, wasn't clear in my head. That really helps. So there probably will be a reference to her somewhere. I don't think we've seen any other reference to her besides the song and this note just yet, but I have a feeling that'll change. Julia, so we know she died in 03. Don't you ever. We know also, this is I think a pretty good clue right here about them releasing albums like back to back for the few release cycles. So like, for example, we know what was the next one? Stations are fading. I like that they have these longer sections, but I also kind of wish they showed the shorter sections too, so I could quickly go back and like look at what they were, like this part, you know what I mean? Releases Chauncey. So that was Powderhorn releasing it. And so which one did we... What wasn't one of these a Luke release? Yeah, I kind of wish I could go. Yeah, I know what you mean, that it still shows the quick notes version, but then you actually have to go to that section. So for example, you know what I mean? I couldn't open the notes like right here. Like I guess what I'd have to do is something like this. I'd click the notes and then I'd have to go back to that section. Right? Is that what you mean, Bardbastic? Because I think that's the only way to do it. So for example, if this notes are closed and you're in a section like this, you can't actually open the notes. You see? Like I click on it, and so I have to find like an empty note to then go back to the other part. Hey Amelia, thanks so much for subscribing. I assume that is on YouTube, I believe. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Glad you enjoy this content. Right now we are playing a game called Rivals from a developer, Tim Scheinman, who is the creator of Family, a game that we really love on Indie Game Club. And super excited to play it. It was released this week. And it was actually first revealed in the interview we did with Tim, so we appreciate him giving us that scoop. Yeah, this might be a little, this is one of those games you definitely want to experience. It's a little harder to stream because I know there's a lot going on here, but this is essentially kind of a bit of a detective game where we're piecing through all this historic information and music to get to label all of these sections of this book correctly. So let's see, where were we? Yeah, I agree, Bardbastic. It's best to just leave this open for sure. I was just doing that to kind of go back and forth between the music. But I feel you on that. Okay, so I think that's a big clue about them being released back and forth in the same cycles. So I was just trying to look back and see if there were some clues about that. All right, I know there's a few other pieces of information that we're missing here. So we have this. I might do this and just put them both for now. Hey, Coinmonger, thanks so much. Appreciate the bits. Thank you. Appreciate your support in all of this. I must be missing something here. Yeah, I should probably clear these. I don't really like doing this. Like putting both in there is more so my way of just like remembering things for now. Leaves a message. Okay, maybe we should try this Nashville farewell barbecue. Just going to Nashville. So we know that is in March. It could potentially be there. Yeah, I normally try to have as much information as possible before I fill these out. So let me go back and kind of see what I missed. Hey, Tim, how are you? It is tougher, yes, but in a good way. I'm really enjoying this. We are having a great time, and Bardbastic is here. He's the one whose link I sent you. Him and Scarlet Aeon. So we're excited to be able to talk about this tonight. Let me turn down the music a little bit here. Are you just joining us now, or were you watching earlier? Nice. There you go, Bart Bastic. The developer saying, yeah, I saw him absolutely demolish it just now. Nice. Oh, just now. You're jumping in. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. It also is the case. You probably now know me well enough to know that I like talking through all of this stuff. So I'm definitely taking my sweet time with everything. And listening and just like piecing things together. So my playthrough time might be a little different than your average person's. Loving it so far, though. Absolutely loving it. I enjoyed also Googling the Predators hockey result there. I thought that was really cool. All right, let's see. I'm going to revisit some of these notes to make sure. So we still know that with Lori, Josh's wife, we have a couple key moments, right? I'm trying to remember there. We had them coming together. We had the Alfa Romeo. We had the birth of the child. I think there was something in the second half. Cool, yeah, thanks, Tim. Looking forward to having you participate.
Talked a lot about Ben, but he also talked about Luke. He didn't seem angry, even though Luke had called him out in the press. But he did feel betrayed and seemed a little lost. I think our happiest time was around April 2001. The now famous Alfa Romeo was actually my mum's car. They thought the name was pronounced Alfa Romeo, like it was some NATO thing. I did tell them they'd got it wrong, but not before it had become the album title. You know, Luke and Josh had been...
Interesting. So we know the Grand Ole Opry was in February of 01. Luke plays... Oh, wait a second. No. Did I get that right? No. Alfa Romeo, excuse me, was February of 01. And the Grand Ole Opry performance where Luke gets arrested was April, which led me to believe that the tour, Powderhorn tour and fall in love with their car, because that seems to be what Lori is referencing, is the Alfa Romeo car, right? If I go back.
I think our happiest time was around April 2001. The now famous Alfa Romeo was actually my mum's car. They thought the name was pronounced Alfa Romeo, like it was some NATO thing. I did tell them they'd got it wrong, but not before it had become the album title. You know...
That's what's interesting. So there's a specific reference to April 2001, and yet I'm quite certain we concluded that the Grand Ole Opry performance had to have been here. Because I'm tempted, for example, to either put the Alfa Romeo we know wasn't there, but I'm tempted to put the other, what was it? This, Life is Pie with Belgian Fries. Right? I'm tempted to put that in over here, but let's go back to the police report. Because the police report definitely, we Googled that, and it's like, let me go back to it. So we have 2001, the Nashville Predators. Oh, no, that was... Oh, my goodness. Did I mess this up? I think, honestly, I need to shift everything up. That's so bizarre. I thought I had this all figured out, and I think I literally put these in the wrong places, even though I have it right in front of me. Yeah, so February 2001, we confirmed this, that's when the hockey game happened, and that's when the Grand Ole Opry happened. So that's where the Grand Ole Opry... I don't know. I must have clicked incorrectly. Okay, so let's make sure we're correct about this. So it looks like Life is Pie with Belgian Fries should indeed be here. Let's remember, Move Over Little Doggies and Pitchfork. Let's see. Life... Where is that? That should go there. And then this should be the Grand Ole Opry. Where is that one? Move over, little doggies, and then we'll remember pitchfork. Potentially being here, I believe. Okay, I'm missing something. I'm missing something. What am I missing? Chauncey was 99, right? All right, let's listen to this one more time.
So, I'm also from London. I worked for a while at John Lewis and then got offered a role at Target Corporate in late 98. So I moved to Uptown in Minneapolis. I retrained in 2004 after our first baby, and now I'm a psychotherapist. I first met Josh
A month before Christmas.
I worked with a woman called Caroline, who I later found out dated Luke in high school. She wanted me to come along to her...
Caroline, I think, was referenced here, right? Oh, Caroline. And I think one of these notes that we read after we completed a chapter was somebody who dated in high school, right? Right here. No, Helen Becker. So Caroline, that's the reference there to Caroline. All right, let's go back to this interview.
Sure. So, I'm also from London. I worked for a while at John Lewis and then got offered a role at Target Corporate in late 98. So I moved to Uptown in Minneapolis. I retrained in 2004 after our first baby, and now I'm a psychotherapist. I first met Josh
A month before Christmas.
I worked with a woman called Caroline, who I later found out dated Luke in high school. She wanted me to come along to her running club in Kenwood, and Josh was there. He's always had some anxiety, which he's tried to manage through various things, and at this point it was jogging. He'd released Chauncey in February. Just hadn't quite gone how he'd wanted. People didn't think he'd found his voice yet, and Luke's immediate success was quite troubling for him. I found him to be a really open, interested person. He talked a lot about Ben, but he also talked about Luke. He didn't seem angry, even though Luke had called him out in the press, but he did feel betrayed and seemed a little lost. I think our happiest time was around April 2001. The now famous Alfa Romeo was actually my mum's car. They thought the name was pronounced Alfa Romeo, like it was some NATO thing. I did tell them they got it wrong, but not before it had become the album title.
Okay, so I think the tour must have happened before
Luke
that.
and Josh have been through a lot, together and apart, but there's still a lot of love there. Just hope one day they can show it.
So this is probably wrong here. So hold on, let me go back to the Alfa Romeo because I think when was that released? Because I might have got that wrong.
I think our happiest time was around April 2001. The now famous Alfa Romeo was actually my mum's car. They thought the name was pronounced Alfa Romeo, like it was some NATO thing. I did tell them they got it wrong, but not before it had become the album title. You know, Luke and Josh have been through a lot, together and apart, but there's still a lot of love there. Just hope one day they can show it. Guys, eh?
Okay, so the Alfa Romeo must have come after that. release of Chauncey, and then release of Alfa Romeo. No, that wouldn't make sense, right? Because Alfa Romeo and Chauncey are both from the same band. Okay, I messed up on that. Release of Chauncey, so we believe that's there. Because we said they had just released it when they had met, right? Or maybe not. Hold on. Release of Chauncey to some acclaim. Alfa Romeo was after they had come together and fall in love with their car. So it could be here. Let's put that in for now. And let's go listen to some of this, read some of this other stuff. Yeah, it would almost help me that when I put this stuff on there to really have like a full timeline, just seeing the albums like knowing which dates are album releases. Let's see. Okay. Intruder Records, so interesting to know when this Luke Jackson Better Day is. So this is the one that was controversial with the Intruder Records. So Susanna, we know, interning there. It's April, and I feel that this has gone way too long. So maybe he tripped, like, or maybe they got on him because of the sales.
Chapter 3, Girl in the Band, read by the author. My first big gig was as the drummer in Pony Parade. I knew Josh and Luke when we went to Ramsey together. They were both from out of town. Josh had moved up from Florida just before junior year with his mother. Luke had come over with his parents from Australia because his dad had a teaching job at the U of M. They both lived in Highland Park, but Josh lived on the nicer side of it, if you know what I mean. I was, by then, a real good drummer and loved rock music. I used to play live in a little country combo with my uncle, which the guys would come...
Alright, now we're moving
Chapter
forward.
12. Luke had always felt insecure about his southern roots. Born and bred in Florida, his transposition to the north left him uneasy about how he was perceived. For him, the move to Nashville was both a sign that he'd made it and also a journey back to the promised land.
Interesting. So I'm wondering, Tim, I don't know if you're on right now, but I'm wondering if all of these are recorded in Lucy's voice, and like the final one that you get is the one that she reads. It seems like that's what's going on here, but it's really cool that we're getting that. We saw the country road section. And then I think the next step is, what is it? The release of Chauncey, if I'm not mistaken, to some acclaim and some angry words. The tension between the new and the old in American music is not something to be underestimated. One may think that an Australian like Josh Moore would be given a free pass, but it was not to be. For many, the album Chauncey represented an uncomfortable middle ground between country and indie rock that pleased no one. I think next we have Move Over Little Doggies. Luke plays the Grand Ole Opry and is arrested in the parking lot. Sheriff Jessica Hemby stepped up to the podium and quietly ended Luke Jackson's career in country music. Of course, Luke had already done this for himself several hours earlier when he had been arrested by two plainclothes security guards attempting to buy drugs outside of the concert hall he had been playing just minutes beforehand. Powderhorn tour and fall in love with their car, but Ben leaves afterwards. Let's see. Belgium was wonderful, but for Powderhorn, despite rising tensions between Josh and Ben, the entire experience showed the band a different way of living, away from the grinding water of the Midwest. Grinding winter, excuse me, I'm struggling here today with reading some text here. Away from the grinding winter of the Midwest, Powderhorn connected with fans they previously had no idea even existed. Okay, so we got through section 1 and through section 2. Let me clear that. And let me clear that. Let's see, Bad Mole label launch party, May 15th. This might have been that new label, Powderhorn Presents. Yes, this might have been the label they created that we saw referenced earlier. Saturday, May 15th, $15 entry, Fitzgerald Theater, St. Paul, Minnesota. Let's see, also featuring... Yes, okay. So it might be that May. The label might have been created before, but I'm assuming the launch is referencing that. Okay. So we know that Bad Mole was either May of this year or May of that. I am going to go ahead and put that in here just so I can remember and keep track of everything. I just saw it. Where was it? There we go. But that also could have been here, so I'll get that. Yes, Bardbastic. I had played Micromages first and then an airport game. Did you play through all of those? Gotcha. Yeah, I played through those. I played Airport Game a few times. I don't know if you've played it through yet, but it's one of those games that, you know, you want to play a couple times just to get the correct, I guess the best ending sort of thing. But the whole thing I think only took like half an hour. It was a short game. All right, radio interview with Luke in 05. Interviewer. So Luke, you've been a guest on Nashville Talks a few times, and I've got something to ask. Yep, I'm listening. You've been, how can I say this, quite vocal about your former bandmate, Josh Moore. Yeah? Well, there was that mention in the Inquirer a little while back about how you thought Powderhorn was kind of fake. Then there was that time you said an Australian shouldn't be making American music. Do you care to comment? Look, I just say it how I see it. Interviewer chuckles. Well, I was just wondering what you thought about this. Obviously, you're a big Lee Hazelwood fan. Your album is kind of a tribute to the great man. Yeah, well, obviously. So here's a quote from Lee from just last week. So just take a listen. To me, my favorite band at the moment is definitely Powderhorn. There ain't no point in copying me or anyone else. You've got to move on. What do you think of that? Long pause. He said that? He did. Oh, that's... Wow. Lee fucking Hazelwood said that? Luke? I crash of chair being turned over, shouting off mic. Dear fucking Christ, I cannot. Josh, if you fucking hear me anywhere, anytime, man, let's put on the gloves or out in the parking lot. It's over, man. Luke, just sit down. Cut to commercial. Ooh, that was intense there. Okay, so that's 2005. That we saw a reference to that. In the chapters, right here. Luke erupts on the radio after Powderhorn are praised by Lee Hazelwood. So that was 2005. So it's one of these three. Okay, so yeah, we know it's one of those three. Okay, Barbastic, I see. Yeah, so you beat Airport Game. Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. Looking forward to talking about that one tonight. And Micro Mages. Although I wish I got a chance to do the multiplayer on Micro Mages. But that was cool. All right, let's see. Powderhorn forum post. I'm assuming this is like a Reddit post. Posted by NothingBurger08. Honestly, of the 4 Powderhorn records, my favorite are number 2 and number 4. Okay, that helps with the chronology of events and when they were released. The former is just gorgeous, beautiful songs like Waylaid, Let It Go, Melt in the Waves, Boredom, It's Frickin' Radiohead, So 2002. Okay, so when we listen to some of these Powderhead, I'm sure we can see the names of those songs there. The latter is just really great upbeat pop, keys, Beach Boys harmonies, synths, keening over vocals, feeling like Josh never sounded better. Feel like it's the sound of this summer, gonna be massive. Jackson has completely lost it though. Lost it. I'm wondering if that's also during the same time as... No, the other thing was 05 was the interview. Barbastic should have called me. I would have called out of work to play some more games. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, I don't think it has online multiplayer though. And since I guess we're playing both on itch, I don't think we could do the Steam remote play together sort of situation. It would be nice to see that remote play implemented. I know you can technically do it, but it's usually like kind of a hard workaround. Oftentimes doesn't work great outside of Steam, I should say. But yeah, no, that would have definitely been cool to play together for sure. Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, we could have done that for sure. It's a little harder today. Like I'm getting like a brief window to play. Well, the kids are doing their online classes right now. Actually, yesterday they were doing testing and all this other stuff, and made it harder to do this. But I definitely wanted to play this on stream before the event. Okay, let's see. So let's go back and see where we are at here. So honestly, of the 4, my favorite are numbers 2 and 4. The former is just gorgeous, beautiful songs like Waylaid. Okay, let's see what songs here. I'm just gonna click through real quick the Powderhorn songs. Let It Go. There we go. The former is just gorgeous. So this is the second album. I think we already knew that, right? We knew Chauncey was first. Let me turn this up a bit. I love the music. So this is the second album. So we know Chauncey was first, then Alfa Romeo was second. And so the other album referenced is album number 4. Latter is just really great upbeat pop, keys, Beach Boys harmonies. So I guess we'll listen to these 2 albums, or the songs, and see which one is the more upbeat pop of the 2. And that should give us a good indication. So let's see. This is starting. I think we might have found it. Yeah, let's listen to this one though. All right, so it's looking like Chauncey, Alfa Romeo, Nothing Is Forever, and then what is this? Powderhorn, Isle Royale, excuse me. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so we have that. We know the albums are kind of released. That's going to help us kind of back and back to each other. Is that how long I've been streaming, Bird? No way. No way. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that. Dude, ouch. That actually makes me think I can't keep track of time. Wow. Wow, that's longer than I thought. Way longer than I thought. Honestly thought maybe 2 hours or so, 2.5. Yikes, okay. I'll pick up the pace here. I wonder how long I've been just on this, on Rivals. I might have played Micromages a little longer than I thought then. Alright, let's see. Where are we at? Because I'm missing some stuff. So we have this. We still haven't figured anything with this Intruder Records about it being like maybe it was dropped or something. We're talking April. Let me just click and see. Coinmonger, how was the gaming thing last night? Yeah, it was good. Yeah, we played more. You know, we've been continuing to play Fabled Fruit on Tabletop Simulator. We had a good time with it. I know people played some other stuff, and I think some Jackbox and things like that. It was definitely cool. So we got this Isle Royale. Let me put some more music on here. Goes on first U.S. headline tour. And we still have this voicemail, which I'm sure will help. That might be that one right there. So this Time to Die might be the one that's referenced here with Intruder Records. Coinmonger asking any news in the game dev area. Anything specific? Are you talking about the game dev the stuff that I'm working on, or just like in general in the community? Oops. What did I do? I did not mean to do that. Yeah, I got next month I'll be releasing that Charlotte Future City Building game, that the online version and the physical version will be coming out in October. And I've been talking to several other people about different games. In fact, one of the local game designers who's got his game in the works right now with a publisher was on the event last night playing with us. Happy to introduce you to folks too if you want to connect with others in the game dev world, for sure. We've had some meetings in the past that we used to have on a semi-regular basis, and we had one like giant gathering of like 100 people last year that we put together. All right, let's listen to this tape.
Hi, it's Ian here from Toe Jam Studios. Look, I'm sorry to have to leave a message like this, but your artist is totally out of fucking control. Sorry, he staggers in here yesterday, blind drunk and smelling like a chip shop doorway, calls our engineer an effing C, which hardly seems fair, and then proceeds to urinate in the corner of the bloody studio. And that's just the start of it. He then gets into a screaming match with his own bloody guitarist that descends into fisticuffs, during which he only went and broke our fucking sitar. That sitar belongs to Ravi Shankar's brother. It's a real pity. And now it's 3 days until Christmas. I've got studios smashed to shit, pissy carpets, and a traumatised engineer to try and glue back together in time for Westlife. And you know what they can be like. If you ask me, you need to put this chap of yours on a plane back to the States. I didn't call the police, because I know you like to give a chance to these waifs and strays, but I'm going to have to bill you for the sitar, I'm sorry. Anyway, I hope you can use some of the recordings for the February launch. Funny title, The Recorder. Made me laugh. I hope it works. Anyway, all the best. Bye now.
All right, so there was a lot of stuff there. Let's see. I'm switching out my headphone stuff there. Yeah, I'm taking my sweet time with this one, Barbastic. I definitely know, for sure. I'm very much enjoying it, though. I will say, shout out to another. It seems like I'm 100% certain that this voice actor who did this was also the same individual as the Richard Fleming game that Tim created as well. So great to hear the voices there. So we had a couple clues there.
Here from Toe Jam Studios. Look, I'm sorry to have to leave a message like this, but your artist is totally out of fucking control.
So this is it right here, the fucking sitar. We just got to figure out what year that was.
Staggers in here.
And I think he
blind drunk.
He mentions the album name as well.
Engineer an effing C, which hardly seems fair, and then proceeds to urinate in the corner of the bloody studio. And that's just the start of it. He then gets into a screaming match with his own bloody guitarist that descends into fisticuffs, during which he only went and broke our fucking sitar. That sitar belongs to Ravi Shankar's brother. Real pity. And now it's 3 days until Christmas. I've got a studio smashed to shit, pissy carpets,
so
and
December.
A traumatised engineer to try and glue back together in time for Westlife. And you know what they can be like. If you ask me, you need to put this chap of yours on a plane back to the States. I didn't call the police because I know you like to give a chance to these waifs and strays, but I'm going to have to bill you for the sitar, I'm sorry. Anyway, I hope you can use some of the recordings for the February launch. Funny title, The Recorder. Made me laugh. I hope it works. Anyway, all the best. Bye now.
So February launch, if they are referencing, I'm assuming they're also referencing his album, so it has to be a December before a February, if I'm not mistaken. So it could be here, and then February would be the launch of the album. Or it could be here. Okay, that's more than likely it. And then February, we have... hold on. I gotta remember the album names here. I think that was it. Hold on. Did I get that right? Or Luke releases his epic new album. It seemed like Better Days was the one that... Okay, it's either Epic Days or that. I gotta figure that one out. Oh, maybe that's where they said it was funny. Yeah, so it's Better Days. There is also a February 06, but I can't imagine that they would be talking about it that far. And, well, it could be December. I think this is... I think we're good here on that. Let's see. Let's go back to 05. Maybe there's reference to the album here. Oh, because if this radio thing happened afterward, then this is probably when the radio eruption happened. And then more than likely this date has to be the release of another album. I think Nothing Is Forever would make sense. Because we know their albums were back to back. Okay, something's not right here, but I think we're quite positive that, right, Let It Go and The Second Time were the second and fourth album. So we know it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Losing Sleep was Luke's next album, right? after he left Pony Parade. Yeah, this Better Days, I mean, sounds like it's connected to this Lee Hazelwood. Oh yeah, Coin Mugger, I hear you on that. Yeah, I think it would naturally, if it happens in the Discord, for sure. Angel's Kid in the Middle. So there's reference here as well. What is this note that I'm reading? This one. Okay. Snow Angel's Kid in the Middle. So Kid in the Middle. Yeah, Powder Horns. That's the third album. So that would make sense based on Lucy that this was released in 2005. And that Luke Jackson's album was released in 2005. Yeah, so both of these 2005. I think that makes sense. Back to back. The sitar. Oh, maybe the sitar was afterward. What did I do here, my darling? I don't remember that. Okay. No, the sitar was 2005. Jeez, I don't know how I'm missing up stuff here. We know that this happened in 2005. Yeah, so we have it right here. Erupts on the radio. That's this interview. Okay, hold on. What's this one? Erupts on the radio. Unless this is supposed to be flipped. I don't think so, though. I mean, maybe. Oh, it could have been this as well. That's a possibility. Let's see. Alfa Romeo.
It was actually my mum's car. They thought the name was pronounced Alfa Romeo, like it was some NATO thing. I did tell them they'd got it wrong, but not before it had become the album title. You know, Luke and Josh have been through a lot, together and apart, but there's still a lot of love there. Just hope one day they can show it. Guys, eh?
All right, so we know the order of the albums, and we know that this tells us that I think Better Days and Powderhorn were both in '05. And bang on Lee Hazelwood impression. Yeah, so '05. So yeah, Nothing Is Forever. Now I'm trying to remember why I chose one over the when I put them, but I'm pretty sure that's correct. Yeah, because we said February is when
Gene, hi, it's
the
Ian
Luke album
from,
came out.
Toe Jam Studios. Look, I'm sorry to have to leave a message like this, but your artist is totally out of fucking control. Sorry, he staggers in here yesterday, blind drunk and smelling like a chip shop doorway, calls our engineer an effing C, which hardly seems fair, and then proceeds to urinate in the corner of the bloody studio. And that's just the start of it. He then gets into a screaming match with his own bloody guitarist that descends into fisticuffs, during which he only went and broke our fucking sitar. That sitar belongs to Ravi Shankar's brother. It's a real pity. And now it's 3 days until Christmas. I've got studios smashed to shit, pissy carpets, and a traumatised engineer to try and glue back together in time for Westlife. And you know what they can be like. If you ask me, you need to put this chap of yours on a plane back to the States. I didn't call the police, because I know you like to give a chance to these waifs and strays, but I'm going to have to bill you for the sitar, I'm sorry. Anyway, I hope you can use some of the recordings for the February launch. Funny title, the record. Made me laugh. I hope it works. Anyway, all the best. Bye now.
All right, I'm a little stuck here.
Gene, hi, it's Ian here from Toe Jam Studios. Look,
because we know, okay, they're referencing the sitar moment. Maybe I mixed these two up? No, he said December, so we know this is correct, right? He said 3 days before Christmas, and then he's referencing February, and that's the album Better Days. We know Better Days and Nothing Is Forever were both released in the same year, released in the same window. We see that he erupts on the radio after Powderhorn Appraised by Lee Hazelwood. We know that happened in '05, based on this interview here. That's all '05. And we know The Baby has to be in '04, based on what Laurie said.
Sure. So, I'm also from London. I worked for a while at John Lewis, and then got offered a role at Target Corporate in late '98. So I moved to Uptown in Minneapolis. I retrained in 2004 after our first baby, and now I'm a psychotherapist.
Retrained in 2004 after our first baby. So I guess there's a chance the first baby could have been here. Yes, okay. So that's it's funny because that was the first thing I said, I think, when I first listened to that album or that
Josh and
recording.
Laurie had Gracie at 10:30 on a Tuesday night. She was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen, says Josh. Within 2 days, they were back at home celebrating with family.
So that's, they have the child. Okay. Then we have the release of Alfa Romeo to critical acclaim, or Alfa Romeo, right? I guess pronunciation. I thought the car was Alfa Romeo. I'm not sure. Pitchfork and Torches. Released to critical acclaim and commercial difficulty. Ever since OK Computer, American bands have attempted to make their own version. Granddaddy's The Software Slump, Tool's Lateralis. Alfa Romeo was a sprawling, cerebral sonic gem that stood out from all the other American rock music of the time. And then what do we got? We got Luke engages in shenanigans in the studio while recording his new record, Our Fucking Sitar. Toe Jam Studios did not anticipate the whirlwind that was Luke Johnson in 2004 tearing through their pristine studio in Ealing, London. He left behind a damaged Indian instrument and a shattered studio manager. What else do we have next? Then we have release of Nothing Is Forever to widespread chin stroking. You wrote his name was Alfa Romeo, but they thought it was So they called it Alfa Romeo instead of Alfa Romeo. So it is pronounced like I'm saying it, like the car. It is like a Alfa Romeo. And so they pronounced it Alfa Romeo. Gotcha. Yeah, based on that recording, right? They were saying how they pronounced it, like a NATO call sign or something. Release of Nothing Is Forever to widespread chin stroking. Nothing Is Forever represented a pivotal moment for Powderhorn as they went from a bit too country to be indie, to a bit too indie to be country. Suddenly, offers were coming in from advertisers, promoters, indie magazines. We were in our eyeballs, and a mustachioed hipster, says drummer Guile. Drummer Gale. That's also, I wonder if that's a reference to. Isn't Gale a drummer in Family? It's a Wilco joke. There's a lot of Wilco jokes in there. Okay, gotcha. Some of that might pass over me. Some Velvet Boring. Luke erupts on the radio after Powderhorn are praised by Lee Hazelwood. I've never been challenged to a fight before, says Josh. It was exciting, but also really, really scary. I don't want Luke coming over and beating me up. Nashville Talks Radio has been a staple of Luke's wilderness years, often allowing him to vent his various frustrations. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Oh, Barbastic. Yeah, you agree, Gail, the drummer. I think that's a nice little reference there. Okay. So we're through section 3 there. Pitchfork and torches. What's that? Didn't I get that already? Yeah, I might have. Yep, right here. Okay, so we have one less thing in chapter 3. And 4 and 5. We're coming up to the end here, folks. Let's see. Obituary for Ben. Ben Kotzen, a celebrated local musician, has passed away on May 12th at age 42. Ben, the child of South African Jewish immigrants, was a child polymath who excelled in both sports and studies at Wayzata High School. In athletics, an athletic scholar at Augsburg, he decided to leave college to pursue his love of music. A versatile multi-instrumentalist, he quickly made his name as a sideman par excellence. He is most well known for his role in Powderhorn, helping shape their Technicolor organ and synth-driven sound during the making of Chauncey, as depicted in the documentary I Like to Watch. In recent years, he struggled with both ill health and his own diminishing powers on the instruments he loved so much. His mother, Rosa, says Ben could have been anything he wanted, and what he wanted was to inspire people and bring them joy. He will be sorely missed by the thousands whose lives he touched with his music. Ben is survived by his son, Aaron. Okay, so we have May. Could have been here. Is My Darling already on there? I think I need to clear that. So it could have been May. Or it could have been May of 04, I should say. Or May of 06, or May of 08. The other thing for May is this, the release of the album, the launch label, I should say. Let's see. Let's read the other ones. This is email from Josh to writer. Hi, Rob. So Luke showed up at my house yesterday. I remember this. Luke shows up at Josh's house unannounced. It was Gracie's 5th birthday. So there were like, okay, 5th birthday. So I'm assuming this is the first child, right? Because the child came in 04. Sorry, let me go back to this. I know I'm interrupting here. What was that note called? What was that note called? My Darling? Gracie. Yeah, there we go. August 03. So what are we looking at? August 08? August 08. So that's probably this. Right? I think that's it. It was Gracie's 5th birthday, so there were like kids and parents everywhere, and I was doing the barbecue when Lori pulled me aside and told me that Luke was sitting in his Chevy in the drive. It was a bit scary at first, particularly after the time he challenged me to fight in August, but I went out. He was just sitting there staring straight ahead at the steering wheel. At first I thought he was angry, but actually he seemed kind of confused, like he didn't know where he was. I didn't want him to come inside with the kids and all, so I just stood stiffly by the car window in the 90-degree weather in my chef's apron, wondering what to do. His speech was badly slurred, and there was a mark on his neck where he'd had surgery. I couldn't make much sense of it. I think he'd said that he was in town for family reasons, I guess because of Julia. He also said he'd heard I was doing real well. I said things were okay, but just that. Then he sunk his head down onto the wheel for like 5 seconds, sucked in a deep breath, picked it up, put the truck in gear, and drove off. I saw him miss the stop sign at the end of the road. I'm pretty worried right now, to tell you the truth. Have you spoken to him recently? What do you think? Best, Josh. Okay, so I think we have that as 08. I think we're solid on that one. Running Club newsletter. This month we are happy to say that Kenilworth Trail is opening this week, August 19th. So we'll be back in our 15-mile circuit around Cedar Lake from next Saturday. Big thanks to Gene for organizing the potluck cook-off. Sad my Seinfeld Big Salad didn't win, but there you go, eh? Finally, a massive congratulations to Josh, who celebrated his 2nd child last week. We hope Lori will be joining us again soon. See you all soon, Neil. Didn't we have Neil? Neil was one of these first references, right? I think. Let me see. But we have this this month. We are happy to say that the Kenilworth Trail is opening this week. So August, we have another August date for their 2nd child. So we know it's not August 08. So it's probably August 2009. Yep, I think it has to be. Oops. So this is where they celebrate the birth of their 2nd child. And love Neil. Neil might have been some reference to another musician, I think. Anybody else remember that, Jeff? Oh, Nils Lofgren. Okay, sorry. Different person. All right, now we got interview with Josh on February 06.
You know, a lot of people think that I must hate Luke, you know, for breaking up the band and shitting on us for not being country enough, whatever that means. I know he likes to pretend that I'm like Robbie Robertson who's Levon Helm, you know, leeching off his precious southern energy. But very few people know what it's all about with us. The thing is, when we were in Pony Parade together, we were great mates. But Luke was like a dad to the band. He was always telling everyone what to do. But I don't want a dad, I've got a dad. He lives on Selby, 5 minutes from me and Laurie. I didn't want to feel like a kid in the middle of a bunch of adults, and when it all ended, I said to myself that wouldn't happen again. So when we were touring Europe in 2001 and Ben starts getting like, I'm disappointed, you're not doing good enough, I was like, alright mate, you gonna tell me when to go to bed now? I thought about it a lot when we had Gracie a month before Luke's mum died. You know how about pretending to be a parent is all about telling people what to do, but actually being one is very different. So we've just finished rehearsing for the first headline tour heading off in 3 days, and you know, it feels like a group of adults for the first time. Phenomenal players, just getting on with things, proper grown-ups. Feels good.
06 might be the Rock in the Free World, their headline tour. Might listen to that again because there is another one, but I think we have Millhouse for here for now, so let me... no, I think the Millhouse might be there. Okay, I'll have to come back to that in a moment.
Hey man, I just wanted to call and say sorry, you know. I didn't mean to upset you guys. It's just been a rough couple of years, you know. I haven't been singing since it broke my jaw. It's like 2 years ago, in the spring. You got me on pills. Just pills and pills and pills. I just can't get it together. Just so tired, man. You know, I did rehab. I tell you that. Last November. It helped for a while. But I heard about Ben last week. I know he had some of his problems. Oh, I'm so sorry. He was such a great guitar player. It's just, I don't know. Seeing you have all those things that I wanted makes me want them too, I guess. My little bro. We had a good thing going for a while, man. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I messed it up so badly. Anyway, it's kind of late, man. I guess I'll see you soon.
Interesting. Wow, really sad stuff there when you think about it.
Hey, man. I just wanted to call and say sorry, you know.
I don't know if he was apologizing for showing up. That's what I'm confused about. Which he's
I didn't
apologizing
mean to
about.
upset you guys.
I'm assuming that he was calling about
It's
that.
just been a rough couple of years, you know.
But then he's referencing
I
Ben.
haven't been singing since it broke my jaw. It's like 2 years ago in the spring. You got me on pills. Just pills and pills and pills. I just can't get it together. Just so tired, man. You know, I did rehab. I tell you that. Last November. It helped for a while. But I heard about Ben last week. I know he had some of his problems. Oh, I'm so sorry. He was such a great guitar player. It's just, I don't know. Seeing you have all those things that I wanted.
Yeah, Tim, I know you can go, rewind and fast forward and all that stuff. I was just listening to it again. That one's a sad tape just to think about, and I think kind of speaks to the whole interesting insight into the behind the scenes relationship they had. So yeah, wanted to hear that again. But yeah, also looking back at some of these other things. Let's see. Mentions November, I think. Let me go back to it actually.
November. You know, I did rehab. I tell you that. Last November. It helped for a while. But I heard about Ben last week.
Was the surgery related to the broken jaw, I'm assuming? So if he had the jaw, he came to their house in 08. We know that because that's 5 years after Gracie's birthday. I'm assuming this message is in reference to that, but it could be in reference to something else because he's saying he heard about Ben happening a month before. And so Ben died in May.
I know he had some of his problems. Oh, I'm so sorry. He was such a great guitar player. It's just,
that would mean there would be two events in May, though, of 1 year.
Seeing you have all those things that I wanted. He was such a great guitar player.
Let me go back to this part.
It helped for a while, but I heard about Ben last week. I know he had some of his problems. Oh, I'm so sorry. He was such a great guitar player. It's just, I don't know. seeing you have all those things that I wanted makes me want them too, I guess.
Okay. Let's see.
My little bro. We had a good thing going for a while, man. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I messed it up so badly. Anyway, it's kind of late, man. I guess I'll see you soon.
So we know with Isle Royale was their last album. Ben, I don't know if he passed away before or after. Releases his new album. Oh, this might be back to this original one that we messed up on, because we know that, yeah, they released Pitchfork and Torches is what, Alfa Romeo, so that one is, we know that they were releasing albums kind of back to back there, so that might have been, was that his Epic new album? The Epic new album might have been the, no, I don't think so. Hold on, I just put that there, but I don't think so, actually. Because I'm trying to remember what album this is referring to. Pitchfork and Torches, that's Alfa Romeo. So that was their second album. Powderhorn's second album, I should say. And I think what is this?
Oh, Caroline holds the moonlight, floats as she rides through the canyons, the mission bell and the spell, all it calls out.
What? Let's see. Couldn't have been Ben passing away then.
Oh, Caroline.
Age of 42. Okay, that might help us know. Ben, we had something about when Ben was introduced in the band. Where was that? Oh, Ben's joining the band. Here, okay. What am I on? Diary entry, Josh. Ben's joining the band. We're so excited. Let's see. It doesn't tell us how old Ben is, though.
Running down circles of love. Oh, Caroline, where do we go from here? Running down circles of love.
So Ben either died in 04, 06, or 08. Does this give us any more clues here? Saturday 15th. Van Tassel, I think, was referenced. And Lucy? Question is, when did... Was that wrong? Or maybe? Oops. Excuse me. I'm missing something. Epic new album. I think this is... So the Better Days, right? When was that? Did I correctly have that? So yeah, that might be wrong, because the album February was Better Days. It's a lot to keep up with. Let's see. Where was the part about the sitar? Track. It was section 4. Okay, the sitar. And that was the reference to No Free Lunch. Am I getting the albums mistaken? I'm pretty sure that was correct. At the sitar was we got that for sure, and there's referencing an album in February, so I'm assuming that's Better Days. Because that was, I guess, the when he referenced the funny days of the funny name of the title and all that stuff. I guess Ben could have died here. There we go. Okay, we got the wrong thing for Ben.
Chapter 27. Ben Cotson's funeral was well attended by friends, old class members and musicians. The whole of Powderhorn were in the front row, as was I. It was an overwhelmingly sad affair, one of young life cut short by ill health and circumstance. Everyone was in floods of tears afterwards and found it difficult to talk.
So we have Ben's passing. Let's see. Yeah, there's a lot here. So Luke shows up at Josh's house unannounced. It was the first time that I was really, really worried for Luke, says Lori. I didn't see it, but apparently he was in a really bad way. Josh looked very disturbed by the encounter. I kept saying, I don't know what's going on for Luke. We both knew something quite serious was up. Maybe that's, yeah, it sounds like that's after that. He leaves the message. Luke leaves a message on Josh's answering machine. Emotions are quite difficult for me, says Josh. Lori's helped me a lot, but sometimes I think it's just easier through my music or to let other people have them for me. Luke was completely different. It was all on the surface. That message was just like that. It shook me. They had gone on their tour, right? Rocking the Free World. Powderhorn's first headline tour brought them a new audience as well as a chance for Gracie to see what her father did all day. It was kind of funny having a little kid running around all these deserted theaters and ballrooms during sound check, says Josh. But it was kind of nice. Love conquers all. Josh and Lori celebrate the birth of their second child. Jeffrey Moore was born on August 21st, 2019. A small party was held at the Moore residence to welcome Lori. Maybe that should be 2009. I wonder. To welcome Lori and Josh back. Champagne was drunk and Jeffrey shown off to parents and siblings alike. The mood was festive, although Josh at times seemed restive. thinking of Luke. Okay. So we still have 5 more things left here. That's gone. Okay, so what are the 5 moments? We have the release of Isle Royale, which was their last album for Powderhorn, we know that. Better Days from Luke. This is when Luke got his jaw broken. The band setting up their own record label. And then Luke releases his epic new album to widespread eyebrow raising. Okay. So we know that May... We still know that one of these May dates was this. I can put either of those for now since we only have 5 left. I'll have to figure that out anyway. Let's look at this real quick. Email from Luke's manager in 2010. Dear Josh, you asked us to keep you up to date with Luke's progress, and we're happy to tell you that he has been discharged from the hospital. He has suffered serious but not life-changing injuries and will be walking on crutches for at least 6 months. I'd personally suggest, if it is my place, giving him a little time to recover before visiting. However, he spoke of you very warmly, and I think he will greatly appreciate your company. Kind regards, Dave. So that's 2010. That's towards the end there. Oh, that might be referencing the opening part of the game. Okay. So, setting up their own label and then making the album, that's a possibility. Let's go back here and check what we have. So early on, we have to have, I think this must be this epic new album. Or maybe not. Jawbroken? No, because he references the pain medication here. This little bro part. It is strange for that little bro, that voicemail, to reference.
Hey, man.
What happened to
I
Ben?
call and say sorry, you know.
This is a week ago.
I didn't mean to upset you guys. It's just been a rough couple of years, you know. I haven't been singing since it broke my jaw. It's like 2 years ago, in the spring. It got me on pills. Just pills and pills and pills. I just can't get it together. Just so tired, man. You know, I did rehab. Did I tell you that? Last November. It helped for a while, but I heard about Ben last week. I know he had some of his problems.
Got it, Barbastic.
Oh, I'm so sorry. He was such a great guitar player. It's just, I don't know. Seeing you have all those things that I wanted makes me want them too, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense, Barbastic. Be out of the loop. And
Bro. We had a good thing going for a while, man. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I messed it up so badly. Anyway, it's kind of late, man. I guess I'll see you soon.
okay, so something's not right here. Let's see. Release of Better Days. Yeah, Better Days, wasn't that? Was that not in February of this year? Oh yeah, February, right? That's what the sitar is referencing. I guess that's wrong. That must be the epic new album. And then this must be No Free Lunch. And then Hill House. Not a Fair Fight. There we go.
Chapter 25. It was outside Denny's in Fairview, says Luke's old girlfriend Rachel Muller. Luke had got into a verbal fight with a group of roughnecks, which they then took outside. Luke is a good talker, but he isn't much of a fighter. That was how he ended up with his jaw wired shut.
So the part, I guess, that had me stuck for the longest was this, what was it, release of Better Days, because I thought when the guy was talking about the album name, I thought Better Days was I thought that was the kind of the humor of it. He was saying like funny title. I'll have to listen to that once more because I guess I missed that. So since his arrest, Luke had become a difficult person to work with. His label had signed him believing they were onto a surefire rock star. Instead, they were what they got was like a combination of George Jones, Frank Zappa, and Howard Hughes. No one was prepared for this. Okay. So we know also then that the Powderhorn set up their own label. Bad Mole, name of a record label. What does it mean? Well, he's a bad mole, isn't he? Josh Smiles. I mean, what do these things ever mean? What it meant was independence from meetings and boardrooms and suits. And then Royale with Cheese, Pulp Fiction reference, I'm assuming. Release of Isle Royale and the raking in of some hard-earned cash. This is the house that Isle Royale brought, says Eric. His magnificent pinewood porch house hides an alarming amount of large dogs that Eric keeps, feeds, and occasionally contains. Once that album hit, I could get all the pinchers I want, he says proudly. Time to Die. Luke releases his epic new album to widespread eyebrow raising. Hot on the heels of Nothing Is Forever came Luke's musical magnum opus. Luke Jackson sings the songs of Luke Jackson. Okay, yeah, that was his final album. A tribute to 70s songwriters like Jimmy Webb and Lee Hazelwood. The album combined grandiloquent arrangements with contrastingly sparse sales figures.
Hey there.
Hi, Luke. Can I come in?
Yeah, sure thing. Come on in. I'll get some coffee on. Don't mind Mindy. She's only a danger to herself. No, you can. It's cool. You can leave those on.
That was awesome. Congratulations, Tim. This is great. This is fantastic. Really fantastic.
91.5 Sussex, I'm Dave Allen in the afternoon, and I'm very excited to welcome another musically oriented guest. Seems to be all we're having these days.
Hey.
Local author and journalist Lucy Bramley.
Family references. Love it.
Book on two American musicians. It's called Rivals, and we'll be discussing it. But first, Lucy, how are you?
Very well, thanks. Good to be here.
So, Lucy, to get right into it, you wrote a book called Rivals about the musicians Luke Jackson and Josh Moore and their sometimes difficult relationship. How did you come to this project?
So, I specialise in writing pieces on quite singular characters. but originally I was a music journalist. I first encountered Luke in 1998 when I was covering Glastonbury, and the first thing I thought was, wow, this guy is something different. He had shoulder-length black hair, thick beard, and this dark, brooding quality, totally different from the other bands there. You really sensed there was a story. Afterwards, I got chatting to his manager and found out the whole deal with Pony Parade.
And Pony Parade, that was Luke's band with Josh, wasn't it?
Yes, Josh and Luke had met together at school. They had formed Pony Parade with Karen Olsen, who is
I'm going
now
to pause this real quick. I got lost in it really quickly there, just jumping right ahead. Yeah, this is really cool because we have the person who is interviewing Lucy Bramwell here is the same person who interviewed, was it Gail? No, who was it was it Gail? I'm trying to remember back in Family. And so it's cool to see the family references there for sure, and that there's an extra portion to this game right here. I might read this before we continue with the interview. It says, Rivals is made up of many cultural artifacts, some familiar to many, some less so. I wanted to take a moment to pay respect to the work which guided me and hopefully give you something new to check out. Music. The music in Rivals reflects what I believe were twin currents in American music between around 1995 to 2010. This was the retro revivalists and the pop progressives as represented by, respectively, Luke and Josh. Here are some of the bands that informed them. Luke, Nick Cave, Tom Waits, Lee Hazelwood, Scott Walker, Anton Newcomb, and Jay Farrar. Luke represents the auteur in love with highly curated moods and deep feel, as well as the American traditional sound and landscape. Josh, Jeff Tweedy, The Shins, Elliott Smith, Jim White, Grizzly Bear. Josh is the bands who broke away from strict country and folk, fusing it with 60s pop influences and more advanced recording techniques. Many of you will feel, because of the alt-country setting, that the story of Jeff Tweedy and Wilco was central to the story. While it was certainly in the mix, it was far from the only one. Here are some others. Dig by Andy Tumaner, the epic tale of the feud and love affair between the Dandy Warhols and the Brian Jonestown Massacre. Frank by John Ronson, an account of playing in Frank Sidebottom's band in the 1980s. The Decline of Western Civilization by Penelope Spheris, a seminal real-life Spinal Tap and my favorite rock film other than The Last Waltz by Martin Scorsese, the seminal musical concert movie, and a breathtaking portrait of both America's greatest rock band and the beginning of one of the most enduring feuds. The bands are a constant touchstone in Rivals, and I think that the relationship between Robbie Robertson and Levon Helm is the most emblematic of Luke and Josh. Finally, I should acknowledge the importance of Stephen Hayden's Your Favorite Band is Killing Me and Chuck Klosterman's essay, The Importance of Being Hated. Both excellent reads. Interesting. I love this. Oh, and now we have a ton of other stuff to uncover. Wow. I remember some of these. Church Minister, right? Roar. What's his... Pastor Roar? Wasn't that referenced in here? Lucas Roar. This is cool. Okay, I'm going to have to come back to this. Running Club, Neil, right? I think was the head of that. I kind of want to just, I might not come back to it. I might just do this now. Intruder Records, I remember here we had Rob Halford, owner of Broken Sitar. What was the name? I remember this. We can listen to this again.
Gene, hi, it's Ian here from Toe Jam Studios. Look, I'm sorry to have to leave a message like this, but your artist is totally out of fucking control. Sorry, he staggers in here yesterday, blind drunk and smelling like a chip shop doorway, calls our engineer an effing C, which hardly seems fair, and then proceeds to urinate in the corner of the bloody studio. And that's just the start of it. He then gets into a screaming match with his own bloody guitarist that descends into fisticuffs, during which he only went and broke our fucking sitar. That sitar belongs to Ravi Shankar's brother. It's a real pity. And now it's at 3 days until Christmas. I've got studios.
Belongs to Ravi Shankar's brother. How am I supposed to know who that? Is that a reference I should know?
Gene, hi, it's Ian here from Toe Jam Studios. Look, I'm sorry to have to leave a message like this, but your artist is totally out of fucking control. Sorry, Gene, hi, it's Ian here from Toe Jam Studios. Look,
Well, yeah, I see that, but that's not the actual owner. Owner of a broken sitar. Didn't it say owner of? Didn't it? Okay, I see that it's Ian Smith, so I guess that's what we're looking for. But I swear it said something else. Okay.
Gets into a screaming match with his own bloody guitarist that descends into fisticuffs, during which he only went and broke our fucking sitar. That sitar belongs to Ravi Shankar's brother. It's a real pity. And now it's at 3 days until Christmas. I've got.
Okay, I thought it said belongs to Ravi Shankar's brother. Is that not who it is? Is it owner? I guess Ian Smith is the owner? Does it say belong to? I thought it said belongs to.
During which he only went and broke our fucking sitar. That sitar belongs to Ravi Shankar's brother.
Okay, I'm taking your word for it, but I definitely hear belongs.
Sitar belongs to Ravi Shankar's brother. It's a real pity. And now it's at 3 days until Christmas. I've got studios smashed to shit, pissy carpets, and a traumatized engineer to try and glue.
Gotcha. Bardbastic, did you do this part as well? Score of the Columbus game. I'm assuming that this I have to Google. Let's see. Score. This was back in their 2001 February game. Jeff Sanderson, Scott Walker, are any of those coming up? Jeff Sanderson, there we go. Ben in the E Street Band? Isn't this the Bruce Springsteen E Street Band, right? I remember Wayzata was mentioned as well in the Ben obituary. Child. Wayzata High School. This is a real place, huh? Okay. Or no, yeah. Wayzata High School. Notable alumni. I'm assuming this is kind of one of the last ones, but I do have a list of alumni. Let me see if I can get the other people here first. Karen, we had Karen's meal ticket. Was that her uncle in that case? Let me see. I'll put that there for now. Because I think Jeff Schultz hooked her up with a job, right? With the, let's see. Okay. Bart, I don't know if you remember these other things or not. Lori's friend. I remember Caroline being mentioned for high school. All right, folks, we're going a bit extra here. We already beat the game, but we wanted to. But you know what? I should continue with Lucy Bramwell.
91.5 Sussex, I'm Dave Allen in the afternoon. I'm very excited to welcome another musically oriented guest.
Let me look back at what you said there. Bart Bassick never managing again. Yeah, Jeff Schultz, right? Is that what you mean for the meal ticket one? Nashville Law, does the cop say her name? Nashville Law. Yeah, we have Chief of Police. Good question.
Hello, everyone. As I'm sure many of you know by now, this evening our officers apprehended a white male in the parking lot of the Grand Ole Opry. I can confirm that said person was Luke Jackson, a musician who had been performing at the Opry. He is currently being held in custody, awaiting a court date in the morning. The Opry would like to make it clear that it does not condone these rock star shenanigans in any way and considers itself a family program with a zero-tolerance policy towards drugs of any kind. Any questions? No, he has not posted bail. Any others? What did I think of the Predators' result tonight? Well, I think it's a shame we lost 3-2 to Columbus. Always stings. But it's on to Dallas in a few days, and hopefully then we'll have a good chance against San Jose. What's that? Well, I guess you'll have to look that up on one of those search engines. Okay, that's enough. Good evening, everyone.
No, I don't think we got her name. Alright, let me put this back on real quick.
91.5 Sussex, I'm Dave Allen in the afternoon. I'm very excited to welcome another musically oriented guest. Seems to be all we're having these days. Local author and journalist Lucy Bramley. She's just written a fantastic book on two American musicians. It's called Rivals, and we'll be discussing it. But first, Lucy, how are you?
Very well, thanks. Good to be here.
So, Lucy, to get right into it, you wrote a book called Rivals about the musicians Luke Jackson.
All right, Bard, so I think we can narrow it down. I mean, we know it's a female, so I mean, we have a few, and we've already seen references to Caroline Lisbeth, I believe. So it could be Julian Dean, Jessica Hemby, although I thought we had her as well. So, but we do have that narrowed down a bit.
And Josh Moore, and there's sometimes
I'm looking
difficult
for the Nils Lofgren. I remember that was referenced here in one of these early ones.
So I specialise in writing pieces on quite singular characters, but originally I was a music journalist. I first encountered Luke in 1998 when I was covering Glastonbury, and the first thing I thought was, wow, this guy is something different. He had shoulder-length black hair, thick beard, and this dark, brooding quality, totally different from the other bands there. You really sensed there was a story. Afterwards, I got chatting to his manager and found out the whole deal with Pony Parade.
And Pony Parade, that was Luke's band with Josh, wasn't it?
Yes, Josh and Luke had met together at school. They had formed Pony Parade with Karen Olsen, who is now a fantastically successful drummer with bands like Bonnie Tyler and Aerosmith. At the time, they were producing what was called alt country, which is like country music, but a bit hipper and punkier, very different from what you get in Nashville.
And after a while, they went their separate ways, and at first Luke looked like he would be the successful one. And then he moved to Nashville, and things seemed to turn sour for him.
Luke became very obsessed by being accepted into the country firmament. In fact, he even played the Grand Ole Opry. Of course, then he was arrested and Sheriff Hemby held a press conference which effectively...
There we go. Sheriff Hemby.
ended his country career.
And in contrast, Josh, who is Australian, may I say, becomes more of a mainstream star. You write blending country, indie and pop music, and Luke starts making more and more obscure music. You talk about this difference a lot in your book. What is the significance of this to you?
Well, to me, it's kind of a fundamental tension in American music between tradition and moving forward.
Oh, Bard, I think I know what you're saying. So you were saying maybe maybe Jeff was never managing again, right? Okay, so let me look at that. I don't see that. I don't see that in the letter, in the interview. But I think I heard somebody saying that. I remember you mentioned it, or maybe on a tape. Let's keep listening to this.
It seems to me very interesting that frequently great innovators of American music are not actually American. For example, Neil Young, Robbie Robertson from the band, Leonard Cohen were all Canadian.
That's interesting. You talk about the band a lot as a sort of classic rivalry and analogue Pony Parade. Would you care to comment?
To me, Josh and Luke were
This is
very
Ethan, I
much
think,
like
isn't it?
Robbie Robertson and Levon Helm in the band. Josh and Robbie were foreign, while Luke and Levon are both from the southern states. I felt that Josh used Luke initially as a sort of a...
So it might be Ethan here, right? All right, I don't know. I'm going too fast here. 'Cause he was managing, it seems like their tour, right? Is that even an option? Let's see. Ethan, is he even on here? Yeah, Ethan Rice. I think based on this, he's never going to manage, right? Again. Yeah, let's keep going with this.
conduit into American music. Eventually, though, Josh surpassed Luke commercially because he was able to free himself from the trappings of tradition.
So, Lucy, what do you think makes a really good musical rival?
Oh, Dave, well, there's been so many, haven't there? I would say that the most intense and interesting rivalries are between collaborators who need each other in order to be their best, but also kind of hate being so dependent. For instance, Noel isn't a star like Liam, but Liam isn't a writer like Noel. They need each other, but they don't want to. You see the same thing with Lennon and McCartney, Waters and Gilmour, Nicks and Buckingham. I got that sense with Josh and Luke, that Josh needed Luke's energy, but Luke needed Josh's sense of structure.
One more question. Did the record label pay for the sitar?
I'm afraid not, Dave, although I do believe that they paid for the carpets to be shampooed.
Lucy, thank you so much for coming on the show. Lucy Bramley's book Rivals is out on the 10th of August.
Yeah, I love this. I love this extra session here. Let's see. So we're just trying to get the bonus stuff here. So, dear Lucy, thanks for reaching out. I actually live next door to Karen. And see when she's happy not touring with Bonnie. What was this? This one. Ethan Rice, okay. Tim, I don't know if you're still watching or not, but one thing I might recommend for this and for, I meant to mention to this for family as well, but just like keeping things highlighted when you move off of them, because like I have this problem quite a bit and with family as well, that I'll be looking through a note and I don't remember what actually note I was looking through. So if it just like stayed highlighted, so that you wouldn't have to click off and try to find the note again. And if you saw us talking about it earlier, like when you go to next section, we wanted, having a previous section would really help, because, you know, if you're in section 1 and you skip over section 2 and want to go back to section 2, then you have to click until you get back to it. So just having a button over here for previous section in addition to next section. No, it's really great. Just a couple of things, like I think those small like quality of life issues would help, and the other one, you might the last thing I think I really interface wise was that after you get the clues right on the left hand side in the sections, then it'll show you the written kind of like chapter of Lucy's like writing there, which I thought was really cool. But it also kind of, in your mind, since you're kind of filling in that section with the specific notes, you're saying, Josh and Lori had a baby, but then you click on it, and you see this like long writing. It might be good to just have that part like highlighted maybe near the top, so that like when you're trying to remember like when this album was released, even for the correct stuff, because even when I got things correct, then it was hard for me to kind of like read through everything again to see like, oh, this section was related to, or this chapter was related to this thing, where if you had that thing just at the top, it could help in that regard. But everything was fantastic. I really enjoyed this, honestly. You see me here sitting and continuing the game, even though I really should be doing some other things. I'm hooked, and I want to get this part done as well. Hopefully I can get this part done now with the time I have remaining. I may have to come back to it and just screenshot this, but this is awesome for sure. Okay, so we have Bonnie referenced in... Was Bonnie referenced in here? Yeah, Bonnie Tyler. Is that... It's only 5 left? Yeah, only 5 left. I think we got the other ones good. So, yeah, help me... if none of them are wrong, exactly. And this is how Tim has it in some of his other games, where you have to submit them all at once, so it ensures that you're not just, like, guessing. If you play some of his other stuff on itch. Let's see. All right. So we have, what are the praise or PP percussion? Dear Lucy, thanks for reaching out. I actually live next door to Karen and see her when she's not touring with Bonnie. This is... Hold on. Yeah, this is... I'm actually forgetting. Email with Ethan Rice. Okay, in 09. So this is mainly reference to the touring. Bardvastic, yeah. Now I'm trying to remember with Lucy. Okay, so Lucy reached out to Ethan. Thanks for reaching out. I actually live next door to Karen and see her when she's not touring with Bonnie. Okay, maybe my names are all mixing up in my head now. Karen, yeah, we know Karen. She was in the band. Actually live next door to Karen and see her when she's not touring with Bonnie. So Karen and Bonnie. So maybe that was Karen's meal ticket here. Maybe that's Bonnie. But I thought Jeff, since Jeff's the uncle, right? Didn't we say that? No, I'm also Karen's uncle. Here, let's listen to Karen again.
Girl in the Band, read by the author. My first big gig was as the drummer in Pony Parade. I knew Josh and Luke when we went to Ramsey together. They were both from out of town. Josh had moved up from Florida just before junior year with his mother. Luke had come over with his parents from Australia because his dad had a teaching job at the U of M. They both lived in Highland Park, but Josh lived on the nicer side of it, if you know what I mean. I was, by then, a real good drummer and loved rock music. I used to play live in a little country combo with my uncle, which the guys would come see and geek out over the guitar player. It must have been March of '95. We were all cutting class together down at the river when Luke mentioned he and Josh had been writing songs together, and whether I wanted to form a band with them. I said absolutely. And that was how we formed Pony Parade. Later, we got Eric on steel guitar, who was also...
Okay, hold on. Eric Layton, steel. Steel's for Powderhorn, though. But yeah, maybe from Pony Parade, that would make sense. Let's have that for now.
real good. I was with the band all the way through, until we split in '97. I think Josh, in particular, took the breakup really hard. It was a real love affair. Him and Luke were very dependent on each other. But in the end, Luke thought of it as his band, and that he could break it up when he wanted. I don't think Luke really got over that. The last few months were kind of rough. But for me, when it was good, it was great. Of course, that was a while back, and there's been many bands since. But it still means a lot to me.
Yeah, this is the part. Bardbastic, I can use help with this real quick. Because praiser of Pony Parade percussion, that might be Jeff Schultz, right? Her uncle is praising her, right? I'm also Karen's uncle. She's a real good player on tour with all those stars. Really, you should be doing a book about her. Yeah, so I think that should be Jeff Schultz. And then Karen's meal ticket. She's not touring with Bonnie. I'm assuming... Yeah. Okay, I actually don't know too much about Bonnie Tyler. I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should be ashamed in that or not, but a real musician, so that would make sense to be the meal ticket there. That makes sense. Okay, I think we're close to this. What do we have? We only have 3 left here. I'm thinking we're good on the other stuff. Lori's friend. That might be Caroline. Let's listen into that.
Sure. So, I'm also from London. I worked for a while at John Lewis and then got offered a role at Target Corporate in late '98. So I moved to Uptown in Minneapolis. I retrained in 2004 after our first baby, and now I'm a psychotherapist. I first met Josh a month
before Christmas.
I worked with a woman called Caroline, who I later found out dated Luke in high school. She wanted me to come along to her running club in Kenwood, and Josh was there. He's always had some anxiety, which he's tried to manage through various things, and at this point it was jogging. He'd released Chancy in February. It just hadn't quite gone how he'd wanted. People didn't think he'd found his voice yet, and Luke's immediate success was quite troubling.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about asking Lucy on her website. Or is that what you're saying, Tim? I'm assuming that... I wonder if... Are you answering those directly, or are those, like, automated? I haven't checked with her yet. But that's really cool. I think we actually got this. Bardbastic, so I think a couple things. So alumnus, royalty check. Ode to royalty check, I'm assuming, is Tom Waits. And then this last one, is the last name. Must be alumnus of Waysada, Julianne Dean. Maybe I can look that up. Or did we already have Julianne? Oh no, we already had. I did Julian for... Oh, I already chose Julian for Top Loader from that interview. I remembered the name Julian. Jessica Hemby? No, we already got that. Jeff Schultz, Tom Waits, Neil Bentwood. It's Ben. Oh my gosh, of course, Ben. We knew that. We already knew Ben was an alumnus. I was thinking of somebody else. I wasn't thinking of Ben there. All right, so let's go over this real quick before we submit it. So praiser of Pony Parade percussion, Karen's uncle, Jeff Schultz, never managing again. Ethan Rice, yeah, because of the bad tour. Steals for Powderhorn. We think it's this person, Eric, because Eric was had that same position for Pony Parade. Chairman of the Joggers. Neil, yes. Nashville Law, we heard Jessica. Oda Royalty Check, Tom Waits, that makes sense. Head of Intruder Records. Just to confirm, we get Rob. Lucas Rohr was the church minister. Tim, can you confirm that is a Jason Rohr reference? I'm pretty sure. I can't imagine it's not, but we also discussed that in the interview together, so I assume it has to be. Lori's friend Caroline, owner of the Sitar, Ian Smith, member of Toploader, Julian Dean, Karen's Meal Ticket, Bonnie, alumnus of Wayzata Ben, Ben in the E Street Band, Niels Lofgren, and Score in the Columbus Gram, Jeff Anderson. All right, I'm actually going to save a screenshot of this real quick. Bardbastic, any concerns about this, or can I go ahead and submit? I'll wait for the word from you. Hopefully you're still there. Hit that submit button. All right, let's do it. Yes! There we go. 15 out of 15. Look at us. Love it. We did it, man. We got it all. So that was Rivals from Tim Scheinman, creator of Family, developer of a lot of itch games you should be checking out. Super appreciative of Tim for sending us as well. Really appreciate that. Looking forward to giving away a key or two on tonight's stream. We got some surprises in store for everybody, so really looking forward to that. And I see Tim himself is saying, nice Rivals class pass. Yes. Oh, here, let me turn the music down. My fault. I was too excited. I turned the music up completely. Huge shout out to Tim. Seriously, he did a fantastic job with this. Is it sounding weird in the stream? I'll have to check that out. But thank you, Tim, so much. This is really great. We had a great time with this one. That was a lot of fun. And definitely looking forward to checking out more of your future work. Oh, gotcha, Bardbastic. You had me concerned that something was going off with the audio. Okay, you're talking about the delay and hitting enter and you saying it. Okay, gotcha. I was checking all my sound settings right now, and I'm like, did I mess up all my audio stuff this whole time? Yeah, I totally feel you. I feel you. Okay, yeah. That's the tricky part about the stream chat and talking on here for sure. But this was a tremendous amount of fun. Again, kudos to you, Tim. Really great job. I think you delivered on all fronts and added more to what we expected with family, and I loved every minute of it. So I was glad to be able to spend so much time on it. Oh, you can hear my dog barking in the background. But I'm gonna hop off here and get prepared for our conversation happening on Tuesday or tonight. What am I saying? Sorry. All the kids and the dog are in the background. Probably a good time for me to jump off the stream right now. I'll hop off here and I will catch you all tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we will be discussing Rivals, Micro Mages, and an airport game. So definitely stay tuned for that.